Ladies and gentlemen, kill me. So, I want to jump into a few things here, but the very first thing I want to say, is that I have a headache. I woke up. This is one of those wake up with a headache days. I have fully exercised, which usually helps. I have taken pills, which usually helps. Neither has. I still currently have a headache. I have some spare hydrocodone. If it continues to be this bad, I'm going to go ahead and take that. Because today is not a good day to be having a splitting headache. Like, I was actually thinking this. Yesterday, all I was doing was, backbreaking yard work and hauling heavy stuff. Could I have had a headache yesterday instead of today? Anyways. So, yeah, this is Bloodborne. Couple factoids. Factoid number one. I'm not going to like this game. 100% certainty. Let's just get that out there right at the beginning, okay? Now, anybody who actually knows me knows I'm going to try to be fair and balanced and review it properly. But I'm not going to like it. So let's just get that out right up front. Now, there are some people who insist I'm not fair, and those people can go to hell, because I do actually put a very large amount of work and effort into being fair. In fact, being fair is so much my thing that I was doing that before this was actually my job. I can prove this. There's video evidence of me when I first started doing the YouTube videos 10 years ago, and I was trying to be fair and unbiased with regards to discussions of certain things, most notably Voyager. So yeah, no, I'm going to be as fair as I can. This is still my job, and I do still take this seriously. But I'm not going to like this game. First thing. Actually, I guess that's the second thing, because the first thing is a headache. Second thing. I keep track of a lot of figures when it comes to the show to manage it, right? The accounting side of things, the paperwork side of things. I'm pretty good at that sort of thing. Always have been. I noticed that the number here, I have done a rumination on Dark Souls 1, yes. Starscream. I keep track of a lot of figures. One of those is how many people want a particular run to happen. Now, generally speaking, some of you probably know this, some of you may not, but if you look at the website and you check the list, you'll notice that it's color-coded. That indicates how many people have put interest into the game, right? So, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, purple. It takes over 30 people to put money towards a game for it to get purple, which is why there's not very many purples on that list. We've had a few purples over the years, there's a couple. But what I find most amusing overall is that the average amount of people who put interest towards a game is about 20 to 25. That's pretty much normal. The most requested run we've ever had was Cyberpunk with 49. So that gives you the ceiling, right? That's the most people who have ever funded a single run was Cyberpunk 49. 42 people put money towards Bloodborne. In case you're wondering, that makes this the second most requested run I have ever done. At least in terms of people. Now, a pretty small amount of money was put towards that. It's one of the reasons why this took a while to get funded, because it's a decently long game. And honestly, yeah, we'll probably be playing this for the next week, or 2, or 7. But, yeah, that's where we're at. I just wanted to share that little anecdote, because of course I do have to say shoutouts and thank you to Zigmus, Adam, Kira Whitenoise, Linkensky, Ciela, sorry, not Ciela, she doesn't give thanks. Krenzler, Alex Korbianiki, Pretzel, Zlartek, what? Ginger Overseer, MK Fan 1603, Jesse P, Spartan J 42, Platty, Ultima Cloud 7, Hazardous Materials, Shishki, Ali Al-Mohana, Zira Hunter, Alex Axe, Alpha Host, Danielle Peekapow, Blue Fox 24, Jon Snow 2015, E-Tree 19, Ash Zarnaduch, or Zarnaduke, I can never remember how to pronounce that, Titans 1226, Ginger Ninja 1, Casual Gladio, Puelicas Jalou, Gravguard, Dark Leviathan 64, Walker 02, Eclectic Oak, Seraphim Altanio, Time Lord Luke, Colin Peluso, Danko Wanka, a pork chop, pterodactyl, please, Mad Wicked. It's going down the list here. The person who put the game on the list, and this is hysterical to me, Lore Reloaded, who put $1 towards this game to put it on the list, and our majority shareholder, the person who actually put the majority of the money towards this one, which is Ciela_. Thank you, all of you, very much for your support and for helping to make this happen. I hate you all. Now, as a further addendum, this is because of the fact that this kind of leapfrogged a little bit. Because this, I can tell you roughly how long this game was in the queue, and that would be 409 days is how long it took for this run to get funded. I think, and I have to say that way because some of you may notice, obviously I've taken that figure off the website, but some of you may have noticed in the past that a lot of games have the exact same amount of days on the list. That's because that was when I first started keeping track of that. So every game that I was keeping track of as of that date is technically more than that. It's just I had to start somewhere. So it took a little over 409 days to actually slog through this and get this thing funded. Let me go ahead and make sure this is over here. So obviously, I think we could start the game with a negative to gameplay for the fact that this doesn't have a PC port and 60 FPS. All right, now that we got that out of the way. Let's switch over to the game. There we go. Real quick, before I move forward, one last little anecdote here. What? God's sakes. One last little anecdote. I went to buy this game, obviously a digital copy, just to make it nice and easy. It's a joke, Blue Fellas. It's a common joke amongst the Bloodborne community that where's the PC port, and we're never getting a PC port, 60 FPS port, blah, 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 blah. Thank you, Oculus, very much for the sub. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. I need to figure out where all my stuff is. Give me a moment here. Am I doing the DLC? That's what we always do. Which is actually related to the anecdote I was just going to tell you. So I went to buy this. I'm like, yay, I bought it. Woo. If you go to the website, or if you go to the PSN, it's like, hey, I'm not a fan of exclusivity in general, Starscream, no. But again, it was a joke. You can buy it, and it was like 50% off or something like that for Bloodborne. I was like, oh, cool, it's on sale right now. Sweet. And then there was the DLC, which was 50% off, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's cool, that'll help. And then there was the buy it both in one pack thing. I was like, oh, I'll just buy the pack. The pack was not on sale. Let me make this clear. I could buy the game separately and the DLC separately for half off, or I could buy both for full price. Anyways, so moving on. Unlike Quest 64, I'm nothing but dreading this, because nobody likes Quest 64. This, by contrast, is the game that everyone talks about as being the best, Souls-like game, and it's super amazing, and Souls-like games are super popular, and blah, 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 blah. So this is gonna suck. Lay offline, because I don't have the PSN thing. What do we got? God damn it, Scion. Can it wait? Let me guess, it's games. You're sending me games for some goddamn reason. You are! Why are you sending me this stuff, Scion? Apparently I didn't know. I thought I already owned that. Thank you, Scion of the Emperor. Sorry, I'm just in an incredibly bad mood this morning. Okay, what we got? Subtitles, yes, but yeah, we should be fine there. Let's go there. Network doesn't matter because it's off. Language doesn't matter. So I guess there's no real options. Got it. So let's just start it out. Yep, we're good. we're good. Double invert, double in. Ooh, there we go. Double invert. I don't know what that means. Turn that off because I don't want it. You'll enjoy the aesthetic. No, I won't. Let me tell you a little story. During one of the GDQs, there was an extremely talented and extremely charismatic, awesome runner. I don't remember his name, so please don't ask me, but he was awesome. One of my favorite. Hang on just a second. Dead Rising 1. Thank you, Danielle Picapal, very much. I will put that toward Dead Rising 1, and then went to Diablo 3. Yeah, it's Zeus! That's him. He's awesome. He's legit. He's one of my favorite runners overall. But the thing is, he was streaming this game, and he was doing a great job of it, and it was awesome, and it was wonderful, and I couldn't watch the run. This game, just watching a speed run of this game bothered me so much I couldn't watch it. Thank you, Fife. Very much. I put that towards Fallout New Vegas. Okay. Down.
Oh, yeah. Pale blood. Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery.
Oh, yeah, actually, I'm sorry, hang on. I actually meant to start with this, and I apologize. So some of you may know this, and most of you, I guarantee, don't know this. Those post-game ruminations are optional. I mentioned that because obviously I've been doing those consistently ever since we started that. I've been pretty consistent about that, but in my head I've always had a few games that were question marks that I was going to decide when we got to the game whether or not I do a post-stream rumination on them or not, because that's optional bonus content that's just basically more work for me that nobody is paying for and is basically just a compromise, right? I mention that because I want to make it very clear right up front, I do not promise to do a rumination on this game. Okay. Anyway, since we apparently accidentally skipped that, let's try that again.
Oh, yeah. Pale blood. Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery. But where's an outsider like yourself to begin? Easy, with a bit of Yharnam blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract.
Okay, so we look very dapper. Origin milk toast? What? Waste of skin. I shouldn't have been born. I mean, that's true to life, so I could go with that one. What? Come on, there we go. I mean, so I suppose I should mention something else. I didn't realize we'd be getting into this quickly. I figured we'd have some kind of cutscenes first. Normally, I do ask people to be cool, use their brains when it comes to backseating and sharing information, all that fun stuff. So let's actually talk this out. Obviously, I do want to do as fair and as unbiased and as good of a review of this as I can. That's kind of the point, right? That is the central primary goal. But the secondary goal on the priority list is to be entertaining. And I happen to know with total certainty that people tend to not find it entertaining when I'm playing a game that they love that I don't, when I don't know what I'm doing. And I happen to know that the Souls formula is bash your head into the wall until you figure out what you're supposed to do. That's by design. So rather than can we just skip over the bash my head into the wall part and just ask pretty much straight up? If you want to go ahead and just tell me what to do, this is the time to do it. So what should I make? And thank you, Starscream. Sorry, I'm kind of slouching because my head is really pounding. I just took another head medicine, and if that doesn't work, I'm gonna just switch over to the hydrocodone and get it over with. I'm approaching migraine levels, so please forgive me. Thank you, Starscream. I think it actually is on the list. So I will put that down for that. I notice I'm getting different. It's great. I'm getting different advice. That's wonderful. I need to decide who to listen to now. That's wonderful. Okay, so we've got that's a good question, Nithrius. One of the listed most common symptoms of having a severely deviated septum is regularly suffering headaches. So if this fixes my regular headaches issue, that would be awesome. I'm not, you know, I'm not gonna put money on that, but okay. So Orodin. So you say I saw Lone Survivor there. So Lone Survivor it is. I don't know what causes it, Plutoni. It's just something that's listed as a regular consequence of having a severely deviated septum. So it is possible that's what's causing the regular headaches. I don't know. I have no way of knowing. It's possible it's something completely unrelated. It could be a blood sugar thing. It could be anything else. I don't know. If nothing else, hopefully I'll be able to breathe more. Will I cheat? Oh yeah, I should probably mention. I was going to axe this game from the list because I'm terrible. But it turns out that there is one cheat for this game. I don't even remember what it's called, but whatever the currency is that you spend on experience to level your stats, I do have a save edit to max that out. So I do actually have access to a cheat, and that is the only cheat I have access to. I am totally cool with using it. However, as always, anybody who actually knows me knows this. The goal is to not cheat. The goal is to never actually put up that cheat flag. So, does age matter? Never mind. It says it right there. She'll be super old. There we go. Cool. Yes. I hear they have a thing with blood in this game.
Good. All signed and sealed.
What are your eyes?
Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
So the whole game's a dream? Oh my god, I gotta write that down. The whole game is a dream. Okay, cool. Yep, nope, that's a dream. That's a dream. I mean, come on. You can even see the strings. And that was just my last night. Yep, definitely last night. Look, I don't have any spare change. Okay?
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
Just making sure our camera's correct, which it is. A little bit of a blur, which I wish we could get rid of, but it doesn't look like I have any options for that. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Okay, yep, okay. Yeah, that frame rate. Alright, whatever. Let's figure out our buttons. There's dodge. There's nothing. There's also nothing. I mean, there's no other option, Mr. Pinkertons. Oh, I'd totally wear clothing like this. I've said it so many times. Don't get me off on fashion, because I am actually a bit of a fashion geek. Real-life, modern male fashion is so boring. What is considered acceptable and right, and the kind of things you can buy are so limited in real life right now. It's kind of sad. Okay, so oh, there's heavy, I think. Light. I don't know what that is. No idea what that is. No idea what that is. Hang on. Okay. I'm sorry, that frame rate is actually disorienting. I'm not sure if it's disorienting to you all, but I'm playing this on a 45-inch. So this is really obvious that that is not even 30 frames. That's... wow. Okay. That actually might devolve into a negative. Like that's distracting. Thank you, Race Cat, very much, as ever and as always. I will put that towards Yakuza Dragon. Wait a second here. Yeah, like I said, it might not be that obvious on the stream, which is fine. I'd actually rather it not be that disorienting on the stream. It's really obvious when my character is this big on my TV. You know? Oof, okay. Okay. Gotta have slow opening doors. That's a Souls classic. Doors make you invincible, as we all know. By the way, I insist we all take a drink every ladder in honor. Is there a run button? There it is. No? That doesn't seem to be. I mean, it's draining. That doesn't seem much faster. Oh, okay. Okay. Up, up, up. Can I help you? Okay. Thanks for the info. Thanks for the info. You know, I just realized I don't even know which ending we're going for. I don't know how to get the different endings. I just know that they exist and what they are. Hello. Goodbye. It's okay. We're invincible while we're opening a door. It's cool. It's cool. We're okay. We're okay. I'm gonna go by him. Hang on. Hang on. Just gonna go over here. Let's see. This looks like a door. Let's be invincible for a second. Oh, okay. That's not cool. That's not cool. Hang on. Hang on. Let's go over here. Let's try this door. There we go. Excuse me. Excuse me, Mr. Wizard. It's okay. We're invincible while we're opening a door. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Okay. I gotta run again. The wrong way. I don't actually know where I'm going. Oh, there's a jump button, too. Hey. Yeah. Did we lose him? Oh, no, excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, apparently I can't actually open that door. Let's try this door. Let's try this door. Doors are our friends. Doors are our friends. Let's see if we can get this door again. Oh, it's still not a door. Got it. Cosmetics. Cosmetic doors. That's one of our, Oh, that's an enemy. That's not a nice person. Oh, that's not a nice person either. Excuse me. Excuse me? Do I come to your house and try to chop you with an axe? I guess I'm not in a house. Well, we lost the wolf, so we're doing good. We're doing good. We've lost the wolf. We seem to have lost these people. I still don't have all weapons. Oh, we lost the other person. Oh, no, we didn't lose the third person. He got us. We're super dead. We dodged the wolf, though. We successfully got away from the wolf. Well, that was dumb. Well, we're dead. So it turns out the afterlife is actually worse than hell. It's another dimension where all the Lovecraftian stuff is. So, you know, that is, I would say, worse than hell overall. If you want to keep track of deaths, go for it. I'm not going to bother. Well, there's a bunch of pillars. That's cool. That's cool. I like pillars. I mean, Pillars of Eternity 1 wasn't actually that great, in my opinion. It was okay. Pillars of Eternity 2 was a much better game, though. Okay, so... let's talk to our good local friends here. Yeah, I can't do that. I don't have the PSN subscription. Because I'm not doing that. Yeah, that's... I'm guessing I'm just going to have the developer written notes because I have that off. Yeah, figure that out. Thanks. Yeah, at least, you know, physical pain, right? Like, there's so much worse than physical pain. Just so much worse. I'm okay with that, you know. Headaches, sure. Endless mental suffering, not cool. I mean, other than the blur and the frame rate is great to put. I love how it, like, watch around my head. You can really see how it's having trouble keeping up with it. Like, it's actually glitching around my head there. Anyways. So there's our teleprot. Ooh, okay. Axe, I believe, is what I'm going for. Axe plus blunderbuss, that's what I heard. Do not do... what's the cane do? I've got to know now. What's the cane do? I'm not going to get it, but what's the cane do? It's very caney. It seems to have worse stats if I don't know what I'm staring at. Oh, hang on, let's see if that helps. Okay, so its physical attack is substantially worse. It has no blood attack, no arcane attack, no fire attack, no bolt attack. It has much worse... of course there's durability. Yeah, so axe. Cool. Axe. Yes, please. Can I please have the blunderbuss? Okay, so now you gotta explain to me why the blunderbuss is better than the pistol. So what indicates that it stuns more? Because I don't seem to be seeing any stat that would indicate that other than the fact that it does less damage. This shoots faster than the blunderbuss, and this is a way to counter swift movements. That's about all I got on there. I mean, I guess that's up to you, isn't it, Starscream? I mean, I'm going to go with it. I'm trying to understand the stats menu, which does not seem to be indicating that in any way that I can perceive. Thank you, French philosopher. Very much. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. XCOM 2, you got it. One moment, please. I doubt it's quite a, but we'll see. Let's see if I can figure out my menu options in general here. So, nope. Boy, that drains the stamina. Jesus. Thank you again, French philosopher, very much, as always. I am confused by what just happened. I have a collapsible axe. Sarai, Civil War, you got it. It's okay, it's not like I block in games anyways. Thank you. Again, French philosopher. Let's go ahead, just since we're plenty of charge here. The wireless. Alright. That takes up so much stamina. Do have an ammo count. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay. Hi, I don't want to be a slug. Okay, cool. Do I have to be a slug? I guess I have to be a slug. Alright, fine. Let's slug it up. Don't worry, Seraphim. I very unlikely will. There's a charge up. There it is. It's okay, there's tons and tons of gross, disgusting things in this game. So we'll have plenty of time to be all squicked out. Okay, so we can drain HP into ammo. That's an interesting choice. Seeing if there's anything I don't. I knew about visceral attacks because the speedrun leans on that hard. Get 2 of those before I'm out of stamina. Yes, Mr. Red. If you put something in Patreon, I'll still put your amount towards a game. Okay. I have a notebook. Yay! Okay. I'm not into Lovecraftian stuff, Gum Gum. I do not like it. I don't know what else to add to that. This is pretty Lovecraftian. The end. That's nothing else to add there, really. Thank you very much, Milford Blade. As always. If you know where you want that to go, please let me know. Lovecraftian So Lovecraftian actually corresponds to two separate things, depending on who's using it and how they're using it. Ironically, both apply here. The first way is weird, gross nonsense, to just directly quote to Coida. Tentacles and eyeballs. It's usually underwater stuff, you know, like squid-based or kraken-based. There's a lot of that kind of thing, you know, the rib cages hanging open, just all gross, horrible stuff. The other way that Lovecraftian means is, and this is really important, indifferent horror. Now, that's the key point. Because indifference, so, you know, you've got the horror of, like, demons, which is a pretty common thing in a lot of fiction. But demons are actively malevolent. They want to hurt you because they hate you, right? Or because they derive enjoyment from hurting you. But by mere definition of wanting to hurt you, that means they care about you. And that's completely different from Lovecraftian, which doesn't even notice you're there. Lovecraftian is a giant, and this would be a Lovecraftian thing, a giant who doesn't notice the village he just stepped on. Just a regular giant, no tentacles, no weird and gross. He's just walking along, and he accidentally steps on a village one day. And the Lovecraftianness would be from the perspective of that village, and being crushed by a completely unconcerning thing, which doesn't even notice you and then moves on as if you never were. That's Lovecraftian. There's actually another layer to that as well, which is kind of a sub-layer. The idea that, of the alien concept. In the traditional sense of the word, in the old-fashioned sense of the word. So, to explain what I mean by that, most people think of aliens and they don't think of alien things. The term alien has kind of mutated in common parlance to mean things that are from another planet, or from another country, or whatever, right? The reason that's significant, though, is that something that is alien, by the adjective of the word, is something that is completely different from how we function. Not just something that has different skin, or has different blood, or a slightly different anatomy. Something that is so non-us that it's hard for us to even process. It's hard for us to even think about it, because it is so alien. That's the subgenre of Lovecraftian, is simply by interacting or acknowledging, connecting with something Lovecraftian, your mind twists itself because the human brain is designed to make sense of things, right? This is base psychology. So you try to make sense of something that is so alien to you that your brain cracks, and you either go insane, or you go gibbering, or you literally die, or whatever, right? And you can kind of see how these three things kind of tail into each other, because it's pretty easy to interact with something that doesn't notice you're there and go gibbering and get tentacles sprouting out of your face as a result. So you can have all three. They're not mutually exclusive. I don't care for any of those three things, by the way. So that's why I don't like Lovecraftian, is because all three of those things can go to hell. I might turn down the sensitivity a little. Okay, can I do that? Can I pull up options in game? Is that a thing? Looks like that's a no. I can do a gesture. Whoa! What? Okay, whatever. Yeah, Lovecraftianness is really popular. I admit I have absolutely no idea why. But then again, a lot of people like black licorice, and I have absolutely no idea why. So, there we are. Oh, there it is. I see it. So yeah, let's turn down the sensitivity a notch or two. Let's see how that feels. That's a little too slow. No, yeah, if I don't say it out loud, I didn't catch it, as usual, Melkorblade. Although you said something weird, which I remember. Hang on, let me scroll up. You said you wanted to put it towards Forza Horizon. There it is. I see it. Let's do it. Forza Horizon, which is on the list, so. Yeah, that's admittedly, if I could get real for just a second, one of the reasons, obviously I just don't care for any of those three things, but one of the things that amuses me and bothers me about the idea of something being alien is usually the writer has to cheat to do it, right? Because they're trying to describe something that is indescribable. Now, in a book, that could work out because you just have to say, "Oh my God," and just respond to. You could write how the person's responding to this alien thing. But if you're gonna show it in a visual medium, like say a video game, then you kind of have to describe it, right? And so, by mere definition of the fact that a human being has managed to imagine these little weird creepy things, or the tentacle monsters, or whatever else, it's not alien because you are capable of imagining it. It's not. I'm saying that wrong. It's not unimaginable because someone did imagine it and someone put it on the game. You know. So it's like. Anyways, so what am I doing? R1. Okay, a little slower than that apparently. And then the reverse of that. Interesting. But yeah, exactly. So you get it. You would have to describe reactions to it or the things unrelated to it. Anyway, so now that we've described all that, I should probably figure out how to get out of here. I can't talk to Squid Lady, and I can't leave. Where do I go? I'm taking advice way more than I normally do with this game. Use the teleport. Where's the... Oh, well, I saw that already. Where was that? Is it up here? It is up here. I'm wrong. Was it down here? Yeah, this is September Fringe Philosopher, so things are cheaper. It's cheaper to sub this week, or this month. God, I can't talk. This month, it is cheaper to sub on Twitch because it's September. There we go. Jeez Louise. Next to the doll. Damn it, I actually saw this earlier. Is it this? Are you it? Yes, here. Okay. It's the creepy things. You could have just said the creepy things. Or go talk to the creeps. Okay. No, I still get the same amount, which is still 50%. That's really weird, French Philosopher. PSA, apparently it's not discounted on your phone. So I'm guessing these are bonfires. Equivalent. Yes, Victorian England is, in fact, Lovecraftian horror. Alright, let's go kill that wolf. Whoop, that's not what I meant to hit. Shoving his corpse around. Hey, buddy. Hey. Yes and no, respectively, One-Winged Angel. I'm not doing a review of Cookie Clicker. God, I can't talk today. I can't talk any day. I think I've just lost my mind. I've been connecting with too many Cthulhu-esque creatures, and it's just been breaking me. Sorry, making a note for the rumination I may not do, but it is the only thing that's occurred to me so far, so. I didn't talk to this last time because I was in a bit of a hurry. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, right. That's my Estus. Got it. Yeah, Quest 64, it's just that game. Don't worry, this game will probably review better than Quest 64. Maybe. No promises. I am a very orderly sort. Go, go. A fact I am not unashamed of. Or, not ashamed of, excuse me. God. I am very proud of that fact. Let's just go ahead and say that nice and openly. Yeah, I just noticed that that's a straight-up consumable instead of a renewable. Last of Us 2 was nowhere near as bad as this. That's all I have to say about that. Yes, Cookie Clicker. Fun fact, I played Cookie Clicker way back when it first came out. And as soon as it hit the Cthulhu thing, I actually stopped. I was like, okay, well, that's gross. And I just walked away from it. Ooh, thank you. Okay, so let's see if the doors are actually openable first thing. That's true, this game does handle its lighting substantially better. You know, the best part is I've already done accordance of this game, so I don't actually have to. So, got our corpse back. This is a Shovel Knight. I should probably jot that down. Of course, there's no pausing in this game, so we're probably going to die several times while I'm reviewing it, because I have to pause to do that. I just realized this is actually the first Souls game we reviewed. I mean, we reviewed Sekiro, but that doesn't quite count. And we reviewed Jedi Fallen Order, which is the best Souls game, by the way. But this is effectively our first real Souls game that we've reviewed. Someone remind me, what's the name of the accordance I did for Bloodborne? Because it was requested for something. And I don't remember. It's a boss fight song, I'm almost positive. Whatever it was. This is a while ago. This is before I was doing it per game. Cleric Beast. That's it. It was Cleric Beast. Whatever that is. Just to guess, I'm assuming that it's the Shovel Knight rules. So if I die and then there's my corpse, I can go get it back. But I die again, the first corpse goes away. Just to make sure I'm on the same page here. Cool. Shovel Knight rules. Which I think Shovel Knight was actually after Dark Souls, or Demon Souls, I guess is what started that, but whatever. By the way, after this, the only Souls game I will have not played is Demon Souls. I'm not endorsing that, it's just funny that for a series that I can't stand, I have played all of them. You can never say I didn't do my due diligence on this one. Thank you, French philosopher. No, you can pick something else. Executive veto. I suppose I should mention, some people have asked me how... Just last night, I was talking to my family, because, you know, we were sitting around dinner, and they asked me, why did you let this game get in? Some of you probably don't remember this, some of you do, I'm sure. Back in the day, I had a policy, any game could get in. Like, I was allowing anything, as long as it was physically possible to stream it. That was my only requirement. XCOM 2, you got it. Thank you. So I was not using the executive veto back then at all. We're not doing that anymore. I now retain executive veto. So, a lot of games got added to the list that I probably shouldn't have allowed getting added to the list, including this one. Okay. Yeah, Demon Souls I'd have to buy a PS5 for. Thinking here. Let's put it under here. There we go. And I suppose I should update this to make sure that everything's up to date. So we've got a potential plus to story for lighting as utilization for atmosphere, and a potential, most likely going to be a plus to story. And by story, I mean gameplay. God, I really can't talk this morning. The headache's slowly fading, so that's good. But... Yeah, you're right. I never would have played Drakengard. You're absolutely right. That snuck in when I was allowing anything. I probably shouldn't have played Drakengard, if we're being totally honest with ourselves. Oh yeah, doodadding. Yes, thank you. Yeah, doodadding. Honestly, I can tell you right now, the doodadding is absolutely stupidly good in this game. Of course it is. I don't think there's such a thing as cosmic horror in the extant. Come. Oh yeah, is any of this stuff breakable? So we can knock around the hat. That's cool. What else we got? What do we got over here? We can kind of affect the grass. But yeah, this game is most likely going to get a Doodad Plus. I would be astonished if it doesn't. So let's just go ahead and jot that down now. Because, of course, it is. I don't know about music. So far, I haven't really heard a lot of music. I've heard the Cleric Beast, or whatever it was called. Doodad. That's a good question, One-Winged Angel. Considering I allowed it to be added to the list, I sure hope so. And I've already bought the game. In fact, if I can show off for just 1 second... When we start playing the Mega Man stuff, which we'll be playing the Switch version, obviously, I'll be using these controllers. I don't know if you can really see. Skyward Sword controllers. Because they look really cool. Anyways. One's blue, the other's like a really deep purple blue. It's cool stuff. Yeah, ambiance. There's a lot of ambiance. And honestly, sound design is probably going to get a positive for this one as well. Possibly even on the gameplay axis, because you can hear what's coming long before you can see it, right? Was Banjo-Tooie fun? Better than I thought it would be. It was still a pretty janky game. It's still... belonged in the jank block. But, you know. That's a good question, Jesse's Mask. So the problem is, I've talked about this before, the problem is, hey, there's the lever I missed earlier. Some bad games are bad because they're just aggravating to play, and some are bad because they have bad design to them. And, I mean, honestly, you know, like, if you wanted to add Sonic 2006, I would say, no, abso-freaking-lutely not. Because that game isn't just terrible, actually playing it is a gigantic hassle and a pain, right? I'm actually debating if I should heal. As weird as a statement as that probably sounds like. Just looking around if there's any items I missed over here. Yeah, then there's Anthem, which was both. I mean, if we're being honest, Anthem was added to the list before we knew it'd be terrible. That's probably what... Like, if you wanted to add Anthem now, I'd probably say no. Because, you know, we know that it's absolutely terrible. Is Demon Souls a veto? So, again, Demon Souls would require me getting hold of a PS5. Now, I'm probably going to have to get a PS5 at some point in order to... for the show, right? In order to move forward with it. But, as of last I checked, getting a hold of PS5s is still kind of a problem. So, I would hesitate on that. I would hesitate on that. Okay. Okay. Run. Yeah, Sonic 06 is bad all the way down. Yeah, I should try out the lock-on. Thank you for reminding me. Molotov. No, Venetia. Andromeda didn't really give me that many performance issues. I suppose... between Anthem's mega crashing and... I didn't stream this, but Witcher 2, I'd say those two are probably the biggest issues I've had with regards to performance in a game. There's the ladder. Up, take a drink, take a drink. Ladder time. Oh, yeah. Okay, okay. I'm not joking. We're totally drinking. Every time we see a ladder, we're doing it. We're doing it. Can I help you? Okay, okay. What a thrill. The darkness. I don't actually remember all the words. Well, let's get the lamp at least. Cool. So, as a curiosity, I know this is going to sound like a strange sentence. Is the only method of healing dying or using a blood? I'm glad it turned out good, ultimately. Looks like you're coughing. I'm also covered in blood for some reason. Why am I covered in blood? What's with all the blood in this game? God. Window with light. There we go.
Oh, you must be a hunter. And not one from around here either. I'm Gilbert, a fellow outsider. You must have had a fine time of it. Yarnum has a special way of treating guests. Well, I don't think I could stand if I wanted to, but I'm willing to help if there's anything that can be done. This town is cursed. Whatever your reasons might be, you should plan a swift exit. Whatever can be gained from this place, it will do more harm than good.
Having seen the endings, I agree with that sentence. So, yeah, it sounds like I can die, or I can use the thing. I didn't hear any. Okay. What's the eyeball in the upper right? See you around, Boltman. Ah, yeah, Insight. So, okay, I know Insight does a few interesting things in this game. So I mentioned how I have one cheat. That's actually a lie. I have two cheats. I can max out my currency, and I can max out my Insight, like to 99,000 or some absolutely ridiculous number. And I mentioned this in chat. This was some time ago when I was first looking at this up. And for some reason, everyone's like, that just sounds weird. And I'm like, okay, well, let me actually look it up. And yeah, based on what I read, that's a really weird cheat. That's a... Why would you do that? Alright, whatever. So, hang on. I need to know something quickly. There it is. So, it's going to be right and down. Sorry, double checking something. You have to rip the save out, decode it, edit it, re-encode it, and then drop it back onto your PS4. It's actually quite a hassle to cheat on PS4 games. But it is possible. So I know that at least one person in chat's going to disagree with this, but let's just get the usual save system negative out of the way. This isn't changing. This is a guaranteed negative to gameplay. Let's just get that out of the way. I do not Frozen Hollow. It is enforced. It's the enforced. What do you call that? We've actually talked about this before. In fact, we had a really, really, really long argument about it during the Sekiro review, which nobody ever changed my mind on that one. But yeah, the biggest and most obvious reason why this is a negative is the fact that all it would take is one single major bug, and you're screwed. Your save is gone. Iron Man, that's the word. I couldn't think of the damn word. It's the enforced Iron Man save thing. Thank you for standing in for all of the Bloodborne fans, Hasdus. I appreciate it. I can't wait to watch the VOD comments for this particular video. Yep, there it is. I was just looking up the Sekiro thing to make sure I put it in there properly. Yep. Oh, yeah. Iron Mad? I apparently can't type today either. So, negative to gameplay, moving on. Let's just get that out of the way. Gum Gum, this is incredibly the wrong time to be asking me anything. just want you to know that. Just as a heads up. Tell you what, when we're playing Mega Man, maybe. Yeah, exactly, Jesse's Mask. There are other reasons we could argue the semantics of it. We have. Like I said, we spend hours arguing that negative. Off and on, here and there. Because it's come up in a few games. Not just these kind of games. But even if you ignore the save system as a good or a bad thing, or whatever else you want to think of it, the hard end code fact is the fact that because of the forced Iron Man mode, any actual bugs or any save corruption means you're screwed, and through no fault of your own, and that by itself is deserving of the negative. So even if we pare away and burn away every other possibility for that negative, that point remains, and therefore it is at least a negative. Is there sneaking? Apparently there is. I've had that happen too, Jesse's Mask, and that sucks. That sucks so hard. That's ignoring the fact that I've had that happen to me twice over the last couple of weeks with N64 games in both cases. We lost the Banjo-Tooie save, and we lost the Quest 64 save. I was telling that story to my sister yesterday about how we lost the Quest 64 save, and I was just like, oh my god. That is a good question, Arthur Ellencar. I'm not sure, to be honest. The inability to save is an interesting choice. Because, you know, there are plenty of games, there's a surprisingly large number of games that do not have a save feature. So, on the one hand, obviously we do have real-life consideration. Duh, right? You could have someone approach the door, you could have something going on with the kitchen, maybe you need to just pause here for the remainder or whatever, blah, blah, blah. The catch is, and the reason why it's not an automatic negative is because you can do this. That's the only... This right here is the only reason I'm considering it might not qualify as an automatic negative, the lack of pause. Because, yeah, RL happens, right? I mean, duh. But the fact that you can effectively pause, even if it doesn't involve a little bit of extra hassle, a little bit of extra menu time, kind of negates the weight of that. So, I don't know. Now, there are other games which don't have that feature. What was it, 2008 or something like that? Oh, right. Alone in the Dark. The remake one, the new one, that came out like the Xbox 360 era. That game had no pause, and nothing else that added, you know, that mitigated it. So that would be a definitive no really negative. That's just screw you. And there's a couple other games like that as well. Anyways, let me scroll up because I didn't actually see what Benicia said. Hang on. I have a bit of a smaller chat, and obviously the chat's over on the second monitor today. I wonder why I keep looking over there. Interesting, Benicia. That is good to know. Thank you. Whoops, for letting me know. I'm actually okay with kind of jotting down an aggregate negative for no pause, because it is a bit of a hassle to pause in this game, and as we just described, real life happens, right? Like, it's not that hard to understand that real life is a thing. So, at the very least, let's jot this down. I gotta say, this is probably one of the first times that multiple people in chat have argued for a negative, you know, instead of arguing against a negative. I'm joking, that happens semi-frequently. Alright, so we've got a statue. What do we got, statue? Do you have anything for me, statue? No, okay. Well, let's see if we can sneak up on these people. And yeah, see, the thing is... And this is the other reason I could argue this is a negative. I'm playing an offline mode. There is an offline mode. There's literally an offline mode, right? That I am currently in. And so if you're going to just kind of completely piece out of you know, the ability to play online, which is the big argument there in favor of a no pause, then why is that a thing? That's a big guy. That's probably the guy I was hearing earlier. Well, that's one very slow. Yeah, I was actually gonna say I'm mostly talking about from what, let's be honest, is probably the normal category of people who are playing this game. But speaking as someone who has been a parent, someone who has watched a young child full time, anybody who's done that can understand why the pause feature should probably be a thing. Especially, as aforementioned, in offline mode. I mean, he's probably going to one-shot me anyway, so... Right? Like, that's the Souls game for me. It doesn't matter how much health you have, because they're always going to one-shot you, so... By the way, I'm not even touching the difficulty settings discussion. And you're probably wondering, why, Lore? We had so much toxicity and arguing and yelling in my Discord, which is usually way, way better than most of the internet, to be blunt about that, that we had to make discussing difficulty settings in Souls games a banned topic for a while. So I'm not even touching that one. I'd rather talk about abortions than that. Let's see if he is not going to see us here. I don't know how hidden we are. So is it a charge attack to do the visceral attack, or a regular attack? Because I tried to do a visceral attack earlier and I failed at it. By the way, if one of our mods is... Which Bragwin's here. So Bragwin can help with Discord invites if you'd like those. She is awesome about that. Thank you, as always. I can at least see the argument for no pause for online games, because most online games don't have a pause. They're online games, right? There's a logic there. So, right? This isn't October. What are you talking about, Asmus? Okay, so sounds like I can't actually trigger a thing here. That's true. This is Bloodborne. We are going to be talking about fetuses later in this very game. Okay. Yes, I do have a website and a Discord, believe it or not. Oh, got stuck on the train a little bit. Let's see if this works. This is not going to work, and I'm going to die here, and it's going to be funny. Completely missed. Completely missed him. Couldn't even hit him. Wow. Thank you, Mage Windu, for the sub. Appreciate as always. If you happen to know where you want to put that, please let me know. Yes, now where am I? This way. Lorerunner.com. Page window. Good morning, board. I actually heard about that serum mech, and we're gonna have to ask which they prefer. I was just trying to do a backstab attack, and I missed. Where'd you guys come from? Oh, I know where you guys are from. You're from the intro area. Okay, fine. Really not having a vibe for my swings, I'll be honest. Oh, bullcrap.
You are cursed.
I'm not cursed, I'm just dreaming. Unless you mean dreaming is a curse? I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I was told to get an axe. I took the axe. I am following directions. That is a totally acceptable answer, the Ice Frost. Yeah, as I say, there's one other guy here. Remember him. Okay.
Away! Away!
Here we go. Yeah, I've always wondered, and you don't have to answer this, I've always wondered why these things are so popular. Not Souls-like, the Lovecraftian thing, the trio of the Lovecraftianness. FF14, Endwalker, you got it. Hang on, let's... I do kind of like the weapon switching as a concept. I still suck at it, but, you know, whatever. We're going to try locking on a bit, see how that changes, I think.
This dance finished.
That's an interesting question, Village Idiot. The problem is, tariffs have nothing to do with economics and everything to do with political statements. And that's a sincere statement. I'm not memeing or joking with that. You put a tariff up to discourage a country from doing business with you and try to hurt them because you're currently upset with them or something. You don't put up a tariff to make money. So that probably answers your question on that one. Yeah, I knew you were there. My corpse. Where'd my corpse go? Should probably figure out these Molotovs. Where'd my corpse go? It should be right. Where's my corpse? I apparently recovered. Where did I recover it? Oh, it was on him, because his eyes were glowing. Yep. Okay. Logic. Thank you, by the way, FromSoft, for making the camera behind us instead of over the shoulder. That's not a positive, but that's definitely an absence of a negative. I'm sorry, but the over-the-shoulder camera is not only something I don't care for aesthetically and just as a preference thing, it is objectively worse because it can screw with your aiming and your visibility. As we've actually demonstrated several times. Okay, so quick items, I'm guessing. Yeah, we got a few of these. So how do we use them? Before I waste any, what's the button? I don't want to waste any. Square, okay. Probably sad that I had to check what that was, but you know, it's me. Okay, so let's make another attempt at this. So apparently he's going to kill me if I just get close to him. This is what he did last time. So let's remember that we can roll through crates because it's a Souls game. No! That was incredibly not what I wanted to do. Wow! That took like 2 solid seconds to throw that Molotov. I was really not ready for that. So let's try that again. Taking the 2 seconds. There we go. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. All the wrong buttons. Ooh, it's hard. The grapple attack that killed us last time, excuse me. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, let's get my gun out here. Yeah, I don't know what our iframes actually are like, but obviously we do have at least a couple. Come on. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Don't do that. I want you to hit me, not to... Ah, that didn't seem to do anything. Okay. That's apparently not how parrying works. Good to know. Again with the grapple. Quit it! Stop trying to hug me! I don't like hugs. And we're dead. I'm on an SSD, too. I just mentioned that because these load times would be even worse if I wasn't. The cursed beast. What did I ever do to you? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm on a PS4 Pro with an SSD. I don't even want to think of a base PS4 with a regular hard drive for this. That sounds fun. So I'm gonna keep ignoring that pack. The rat pack can do their own things. Get rid of Bob, who never goes with the Rat Pack for some reason. He doesn't feel like he fits in with them. I think that's really what it boils down to. Why did he have my echoes? Oh, right. Because I died there and then he picks them up. Yeah, okay. We're cool. Found. Alright, one more attempt and then I'm going to stop wasting my time on this. Yeah, that frame rate. We were locked on last time, it just didn't help us any. Too late. Oh, that actually hit. Holy crap. I didn't think it was going to hit, so I didn't commit to it. I actually started running. I successfully parried. No. I will be honest. The load time might be negative worthy. Again, this is as fast as this is getting. This is silly. Still afraid of that pack. Just gonna leave them alone. Headache be gone. Headache be gone. Okay. Yeah, well, he turned around. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. Let's let's kill the dude who probably doesn't have our souls. Maybe he does again. Let's see. Are you glowy? Nope. That means... Yep, he's glowing. I know I can get closer without aggroing him. I've done it before, so I have to get in this corner right here. Let's hit that first. Let's get some room. I don't want to fight him in close quarters. Okay, can't cancel out of animations. Good to know. That is good to know. Sucks. Oh, it didn't kill me. Holy crap. What? Cost me my lock-on, though. So I couldn't tell where the hell I was going. Why did that kill my lock-on? Might have actually pulled that. I'm out of Molotovs now. There's no parry, Zach. Jedi Fallen Order was built around the parry mechanic. Oh no, I'm committed now, Dr. Winter. So I just got my souls. Besides, it's either fight him or fight those 6 guys. I mean, that's an easy choice. I still have absolutely no feel or vibe for the gun at all. The timing of it feels completely wrong for what my mind is telling me it should be, so that's why I haven't been leading on it that much. I'm gonna have to learn it at some time, I know. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That was incredibly wrong timing. Let's see what happened there. No hugs. No hugs. Hello? God, that. Ugh. Right. Lock on. Yep. Nope. Still wrong. Looks like I didn't actually give a negative to Sekiro for that. I've never thought about it, Village Idiots, I don't know. No. There's something that has always frustrated me about every Souls-like game is having to slog through the same damn trash over and over and over just to get back to where you were to actually try to do the thing you were doing. Now, obviously that's not exactly a thing unique to the Souls-like games. There's plenty of games that have that, in my opinion, problem. But it looks like I didn't actually give a negative to that for Sekiro, so I can't, in fairness, give that to any of the others as a consequence, unless it's really bad. And that's true. In Sekiro, we could actually bypass most of the trash. That's not an invalid point. In fact, we did many times. I'm remembering when we go to the memory zone in Sekiro, I forget what it's called, you know, with the town's burning. And there's a boss there which was really frustrating and irritating. It was one of the drunkards. And the reason it was frustrating and irritating was I'd get to the boss and be like, okay, let's try to learn this boss. And then I'd die. So, okay, that sucks. But then, I'd have to go back through, like, 2 hallways worth of nonsense just to get back to him. And so I'd completely lose my groove every single time. Because it's like, alright, fight him. Okay, now run back through bunches of trash, which you can stealth or whatever. And, okay. And it's that run back, get back to the boss, lack of checkpointing thing that tends to irritate me. It's like, okay, hang on, let me get back to the enemy that I'm trying to actually fight here. I sincerely doubt it, Village Idiot. Ignoring the fact that I am a moron, there's also the fact that I'm playing a game that I'm not really into, so... So now that I've gone through the drag to get back to the fight, let's get back to the fight. So I'm not going to try to sneak up, and I don't think that's a winning strategy, so I'm not going to try. Over here, buddy. Come on. You know what's funny is this will be, I think, only the second Souls-like game I've ever played without playing with someone. 100%, Mr. This is probably a good game. And that's pretty much the requirement for being coffee, is this has to be a good game. I cannot believe I've missed it. Died! Too slow. Wouldn't dodge, because I can't cancel animations. I have to admit, and I know this is just a me problem, I'm really having trouble getting used to the fact that I can't cancel animations. For some reason, that just doesn't fit in my head. I mean, I guess it actually makes perfect sense why it doesn't fit in my head. Because when I hit a button, I expect a thing to happen, you know? I'm not digging the game for it. You don't have to be defensive. It's just, I hate that crap. Seems to be a bit of buffering to it. It's interesting. Did I even hit you? Yeah, it looks like I didn't hit him. Yeah, that's a good way to put that, Nasty Bagel. Is that supposed to be Bagel, by the way? I'm just curious. Either way, it's a cool name. I'm just curious how it should be pronouncing it. I will admit the frame rate is probably throwing me, like I kind of mentioned earlier, it is pretty distracting. Take 18. This isn't Mega Man music. It's just I don't know how to do Mega Man music with my voice. You know, it just doesn't work the way. Most marketable NPC in gaming? Mario. Oh. There we go. Kill me, random. Lord knows they're doing it. I hate that. Souls games love doing that, by the way. Enemies that just have ludicrous amounts of reach. Ow. And I lost my lock-on. That's irritating. No! Come on! Come on! And it lost my lock-on. Of course it did. Jackass. Very worth it. Come here, you're coming with me. Come here. No, you're coming with me. Come on. We're going on an adventure, buddy. Let's do it. Come over here. Come on. Yep. Come on. Up the hill, fatty. Come on, let's go. You need the exercise. Up two. Okay. Is anything over here? I'm guessing not. I should probably secure that victory. Anything over here worth it. I mean, it feels like there should be no reward for defeating that thing. Listen, we all know that Souls-like games are perfect in every way, Mr. Red. Please ignore the buffering and the frame timing and all the other problems. They're not jank, trust me. Alright. This poor horse. What did the horse ever do, you know? Yeah, I like how he dropped literally nothing, by the way. Where did the other two guys go? Yeah, no, so... Let's preface something for, like, the 70th time in the last week. Jank does not mean bad. Jank is just when things don't really go as expected. That's really what that boils down to, right? Oh, FPS, easy answer, Crazy Horse. And by that definition, I would absolutely say that Souls-like games, or sorry, Souls games, so specifically the Dark Souls games, and this game absolutely qualifies jank. That is I think the 5th reason we decided to go ahead and shove this forward a little bit. Hey, they're finally coming back. It's because this is at the intersection of jank and console, right? So, I'm gonna do this. Run. Get our stamina back. We're gonna chase us. Camera's gonna try to fight me. No. Excuse me, corpse. You're sort of in my way. I need my camera back, please. There we go. So anyways. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I was looking at my phone. You know, you're telling me to get away, and then you chase after me. You're sending some mixed messages here, buddy. I think you need to solidify. Get with the marketing director, you know? Really get on brand. Because it's a DS game, Colin Peluso. The brickwork is admittedly fantastic. I have been noticing. I haven't been commenting on it because it's bleak, gray, depressing. But in the interest of fairness, I should probably mention that even though this looks like it belongs in the Brown era, it actually kind of doesn't. And I know that sounds like a weird thing to point out. But anyone who watches, who knows what the Brown era of gaming looks like, this isn't it. Someone stabbed Colin Peluso for me. Thank you. Because, yeah, it's you see how there's actual work put into the coloring and the palette and the lighting and the reflections to make it not the Brown era of gaming, right? Like, clear effort and style and design has been put into the visual, so it doesn't just look gray. You'd think it looks gray, but as you're looking at it for even a millisecond, you could tell it's not. And yeah, there's some vibrancy to it. There's obviously colors that pop out. You can see the very bright yellow and purple on the carriage there. The reflections pull a lot of blue into the overall tone of it. Just blah, 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 blah. There's some pretty excellent stuff here. So, no, this game that has excellent brickwork and excellent visuals, and if nothing else, is probably going to get a positive or 2 or 3 for, you know, for being good in visual design. Gross, but we're not actually to the gross yet. We're not fighting the corpse pile yet. I don't remember what the corpse pile boss is, but I remember it because it's a corpse pile and really gross. Someone in chat could probably tell me what the corpse pile boss is. Yeah, Gears of War is actually what I usually hear as the example of the Brown era. GTA 4 also has that problem. The One Reborn, yeah, that sounds right. I'm never going to do it, Nasty. You got to give me a second here. Because I got to jot down everything I just said. Lighting, doodad utilization, brickwork. Look, corpse piles are either working for me or they're gross. There's no in between, okay? Yeah, brickwork, color utilization. In fact, there's actually something I put under gameplay nowadays called visual distinction. Now, all of this is theoretical because we're like 10 feet out of the start gate, but visual distinction, in my opinion, is incredibly important to game design. If I can't tell what I'm looking at, that's bad, right? If I actually have problems telling what's a door, what's an enemy, what's an item, what's a path, that's, in my opinion, is bad design. With exceptions. There are exceptions where you're obviously trying to obfuscate. But you get my point. There are so many games where they use the same kind of gradient. Yeah, like Age of Decadence. We just played through that. Otherwise good game. Terrible visual distinction. Legitimately hard to tell what I'm looking at times. There's an RTS we played earlier this year or early last year. It was relatively recent. And I'm trying to think of the name of it. It had that exact same problem. Where there's just... It's literally hard to see my units on the terrain. And the terrain itself is hard to distinguish what's something you can interact with and what's just an aesthetic, because everything just kind of blurs into itself, right? So, anyways, visual distinction. Okay, so, I don't see any residential doors. There's no doors! You lied to me, Nasty! Why would you? Why would you do this? Yeah, FF7 had such bad visual distinction that the developers decided to... It was Spellforce, that's the one. The developers decided to add a little... giant, immediately obvious, popping out, highlighted, bright white cursor that you could put over yourself, just so you could tell where you are. That's FF7. I love FF7, but there's a reason they compromised by adding that, you know? And yeah, you can turn it off or on. That's why it's not a negative or a positive. Hey, there's a door.
Lads, you've come on. You'd open the door on a night of the hunt. Away with you. Now.
No? Okay. Oh, the red lanterns indicate that's an interactable door. Okay, cool. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken... I am mistaken. I don't know where this is. I haven't been up here yet. Sorry, I'm trying to map this place out in my head. I don't know how Metroid-y this is, but, you know. Just looking for items. I'm not ignoring the door. Give me a second. Give me a second. Can I just say that one of my most visceral enjoyment things in Souls-like games is I don't know why. I just love doing it. I've done it in every Souls game. There's some areas where there's just like 15, 20 vases just in a giant pile. It's sorry.
Are you that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you. Trot along, will ya?
What did I do? You know what? I just realized. I have a solution for the looking to the side thing. And I've implemented it before. So let me pull up my own stream on my phone here. I'll just have this here for chat. Hey, do you know I'm live? Oh my god! I just want the chat. I just want the chat. There we go. And now I can see chat right here, and that should help me a little bit to keep up with stuff. And if it doesn't, well, whatever. I tried. Zelda rolls. Alright, so. Okay, so there's nothing up here. What do we got down here? Probably 700 enemies, which are going to kill me instantly. Like that. Bullets. Yay. That's true. I am not truly alive on Wolfenstein. Do the cart driver thing. What's funny about that is I've looked into getting one of those stands for your phone for the car. Just in case. I don't really use the phone in the car, but you never know, right? My car is so old that none of those stands work. They can't affix to anything. So... Oh, bull crap, I didn't dodge that. Oh, emergency run. Run. Panic mode. Can't even see the enemy. Yeah, most people I know use that for a GPS. My car is a 95. That's all I'm going to tell you about it, because, you know, doxing, but that's all I need to say about that, I think. My car is probably older than several of my viewers. Both high-tech and low-tech? I mean, Star Wars and Star Trek. Yes, this is the first time I've played Bloodborne. I'm actually pretty familiar with Bloodborne. I know a decent amount about it. I've tried to watch speedruns out of it. Failed at it. I know the endings. Battletech would qualify too, that's a really good example. Yeah, also real life is pretty high-tech and low-tech. That's it. Good example. You're a dick. Sir. You should know that. What's funny is I was sneaking earlier, and then I was like, well, that's stupid. I shouldn't sneak, and now I'm getting hit for not sneaking. Oh, that's a lot of people. That is so many people. I do not want to deal with that mess. Let's go away from that room. Let's just go over here. I'm a little low on heals. I hear people approaching me very rapidly. Run! 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 You're in the way! You're not dead, but that's okay. Run! Run! Oh god, run! This is not a path. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's a dead end! We've run into a dead end! Run! Run! Oh god, oh god, oh god. We successfully found a dead end. You're that awesome at this game. What? Why did you do a leaping attack? I'm confused by that. Can I move, please? Why did I do a leaping attack? It's okay, we're not at the corpse pile yet, Hazardous. Do I have a death counter? No, I'm not that crazy. Pretty crazy, not that crazy. I think you're calling me the beast. Look, I'm not the worm. How did that miss? I'm not the worm yet, okay? We should totally go for squid ending. Squid ending! Don't worry. I know how the internet works. The internet likes to enumerate someone's failures, so I know you all will keep track of my deaths for me. That is way more than 4 deaths. Ah, I must have been trying to move while I attacked. Which I honestly didn't want to do, which is funny, that's alright. See, that's kind of what I was trying to do to Axe Guy earlier. But I failed at it. Whoops, I'm big, I'm big! There we go. There we go, okay. Back to it, back into it. Ah, that's what I'm hearing. Yes, the hero's journey, which ends in a squid. Actually, gonna do that.
I'll mess up your grave!
Why would you mess up my grave? What the hell, dude? What did I ever do to you? Yeah, I've only got 18 bullets, though. Alright, so where's... Let's see, where am I? Oh, right. This is the dead end area. I don't know what this is. That's true! I was a kid, and now I'm a squid. I'm a kid, I'm a squid. I mean, I didn't do anything to him before I killed him. Come on. There we go. Jesus. Stop swinging the axe.
Away! Away!
I didn't mean to do that. That's literally the wrong button. Ah, but okay, we salvaged it. Literally hit the wrong button there. I was trying to shoot, and I accidentally switched. For those of you wondering, this is switch, and the button immediately next to it is shoot. Hi! That was an interesting experience.
You are cursed.
I am not cursed! I'm just covered in blood and, you know, having to slog my way through scores of screaming damned... Okay, look, I'm a little cursed, alright? But I'm only a little bit cursed. Let's see if we can sneak up on this guy. Nope. Scripted. Alright, I feel like there's one other guy up here. Yep, there he is. I see him. Hey, buddy. How are things?
Smells like you, stranger. It's cursed.
I can't wait to be more cursed. Come on, there you go.
This time finished.
I mean, reach has always been my thing when it comes to an action game. I've said that so many times, right? I mean, Mass Effect joke, etc. But I mean that sincerely. I always tend to prefer characters who have a lot of reach in their attacks. And I do happen to really like that and that. So, appreciate the picks. Alright, now let's... So we've gotten our souls back. We're doing okay-ish. We'll probably need a level at some point. Where's the party? Where's the party? Okay, so there's a dude there. There's an item there. I don't think I could go through that door, or maybe I can, and... Looks like there's something over there I can't quite see, so let's go back a little bit. And yeah, I know, I need to shoot them. Oh, that's cool, Dr. Winter. I didn't know that. Excuse me. Looks like we can't go on the left side right now. So yeah, let's try the old bait. I'll use my human call. I'm so wasted. I'm so wasted. Sorry. Dump joke. God, look at that frame rate. That is so bad. I'm sorry. That's awful. Is anybody taking the bait? Looks like that guy might be taking the bait. Good morning, Ross. Okay, this actually is not that bad of a situation. Do I have any Molotovs? I'll check that. Yeah, we've got N64. There we go. Oh, almost timed that badly. Still kind of timed it a little badly. And we're dead. Damn it! I was committed to the... Yeah. And we're dead. I hear spinning's a good trick. Cannot use this item offline. So, yeah. So anyway, I started dying. Does anybody know why this game has received so little support? There's got to be a reason, right? I mean, is it because they were working on the Demon's Souls remake? Going to get a remaster of this game? Like, I don't know if this game needs a remake, but a remaster certainly couldn't go amiss, right? That attack or that attack. Oh, From Software didn't do... So what the hell is From Software? Oh no, they're working on Elden Ring. Duh. I'm stupid. Another game that's very highly requested that we'll probably be playing as soon as it comes out, by the way. So we'll be up to all of them. Probably holographic meatloaf. I had to go back to the other guy. Anyways. So nobody's actually answered my question. Why the heck is this game's received so little post-support? Like, it's reasonably popular. Did it not sell well? Is it one of those situations where a game is popular and didn't sell well? That's an uncommon, or that's a, sorry, that's not uncommon, that's a relatively common thing. Like, that happens weirdly often. 9, excuse me. Yeah, but Dark Souls 3 has been out and done for years. Right? I mean... Oh, crap, sir. I disagree with that. Chrono Trigger sold pretty well. Final Fantasy VI didn't sell as well, but anybody who tells you FF6 didn't sell is a moron. Because we actually have sales figures for that. FF6 sold plenty. It's just Chrono Trigger sold like gangbusters. But yeah, I don't know the sales figures for Bloodborne. I have no idea. mean, you say that, Von Falkenstein, but near as I can tell, most gaming companies seem more than happy to push out cheap remasters of their old titles in order to get some quick and easy money. So that sucks. Oh, well, whatever. Take 3. I'm Mr. Nuclear. Do I think it deserves... I have no idea if it deserves a sequel or not. But anytime I hear people talk about Souls games, this is the one that comes to the top of the list. Pretty consistently. Like, this is the one that most people seem to put as, yeah, I heard you back there, as the Souls game, in terms of gameplay. Yep, saw that coming. Let's just bail. Let's just bail.
Please, God!
Do I have the boss's guide? What's the boss's guide? I mean, yeah. So this is purely 100% utterly ignorant speculation, but I wonder if Sony is part of the reason why this has been unsupported. Whoops. Stuck doing that, and that actually interrupted my swings. I'm surprised that didn't kill me. Well, I mean, you'd know better than me, Kay, but when it comes to Dark Souls 1 through 3, Demon Souls, and this is usually the one that people put at the top. That I hear. Again, I'm not really part of the Souls community unless you count my own viewers, which obviously I don't. Let's see, I think I need to kill this guy again. Did I kill him? Are you dead, sir? Are you dead? Scream once for yes and twice for no. So, let me explain why I don't like the lock-on in this game. There's actually 2 reasons. Reason number 1. Obviously, I can lose it when enemies do certain attacks. That sucks. But reason number 2, it just goes away if I move further than 10 feet away from the enemy, which kind of negates the point of it. Also, it doesn't seem to lock on very easily or smoothly. Like, I've tried to lock on several times. It's probably not even obvious because it hasn't happened. I can't pause the game, of course. I need to take a Dramamine. Yes, those are potentials, Mage Window. That's absolutely correct. Those are things I'm still debating. Because this frame rate combined with my headache is officially making me nauseous. Shoot. Hey, buddy. What's going on? Remember that lack of pause thing I was just talking about, like 10, 20 minutes ago, something like that?
Cursed beast.
Piss ant. Oh god, it's stuck in my throat. Oh, I hate that. You have to ask, M. Sonda. That is the terrible task that is upon you to join the Discord. Whatever. I don't want to die here. So let's just make the effort. Souls. No. So where was Gun Guy? I didn't see him, but I sure heard him. And I saw the shots. Hang on. Since we have a moment here. So there is an auto-target switch. That appears to be the only option, Frozen Hollow. Which I don't know. I don't think that would help the issue I'm having, but it might. You never know. I see him now. There he is. Alright, well, let's enable it. Let's see how that works out. Let's see how that works out. How would I define anti-tech? So there's two ways to define that. One is a moron. The other is something that actively disrupts physics in such a way that prevents technology from existing, because technology is simply the application of innovation. Which I use in extremely generic terms, but it's true, because technology can be an idea. Like, the concept of a council deciding something is technology, just the same as a television displaying a video game is technology. But yeah, Arcanum is probably the perfect example of something that would truly be anti-technology. For those of you not aware of that game, which is an awesome game, by the way, I recommend it. It's janky as hell, but it's a great game. In that game, that you can go down the tech path or you can go down the magic path, and they are mutually exclusive because technology relies on physics and magic actually breaks physics, and so technology will literally not function around magic, and magic can have issues with technology. And yeah, that's why I've always liked it when certain Civilization or 4X games have something like a government type being a technology, because it is. I don't... Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. I guess it doesn't matter. Because I have a brain stacked up. Yeah, I rolled a 1. Yeah, no, that's legit. That's... You win. You got me. I can't wait to roll through that. That's going to be my reward for getting through this, is I'm going to roll through all those bottles over there. Alright, so I've still got at least 3. Is there a 4th? I know there's a 4th guy over by the door. I can't see him. Oh, there he is. He's up there. There's actually a 5th, so a 6th. So there's 6 guys to take care of. Oh my god. Okay. So let's try and get a sneak attack in. Nope. Rifle guy saw me. Okay, now we're down to 5. Run! Run! Thankfully, their bullets are super slow. Yes, I will cast myself into the fire. It's the only way to destroy Bloodborne. Listen, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm a breakaholic. Come on. Nobody? Okay. Those gun guys suck. Let's clear the top area a little bit now that we've actually gotten some of the bottom things. So there's gonna be a guy up here. We're gonna kill him really quick. We're gonna say hello. Hello! We're gonna trade, which I actually didn't want to do, but it worked out. Okay. I didn't get any health back, but that's fine. That's fine. Everything's cool. I don't need health. So now they're going to try to get these 3? 2? I don't know. There's some people up here. Let's loot first. I'm going to loot your buddy real quick. Okay, thanks. There's 3. Okay, that was a little close, but we managed it. We're going to back off a bit, just in case the gun people aggroed us, which they didn't. Somehow. Gonna loot. Gotta get the loot. Very important to get the loot. We're going to sneak up on this guy. Really wish there were backstabs in this game, but that's okay. I can live with it. Just gonna sneak up and do this. Okay, those are dead. Now let's back up a bit. Actually, can we loot that? Or is that on the other side of the wall? That's okay. Something screaming. That's cool. So we've got 3. Yep, we got a gun guy, and a gun guy. Okay. And yeah, there's some big dude that I could hear when I got close to the thing. Let's go down here. Let's see. Also, what's a hot button topic? Global warming? That's not a hot button topic, that's a fact. Sorry. It shouldn't be a hot button. COVID should not be a hot button topic. Can I just say that? Can I admit that? But then again, Spanish flu shouldn't have been, so... Yeah, thought that was coming. That's okay, I've got a solution. We're gonna use our new position. Leave a little bit. He's gonna get one more shot off. There we go. Yeah, Spanish flu should not have been a political topic, and yet it was. Because people are dumb! Any questions? Did the Spanish flu involve killing? Yes. Oh no, does my strategy involve killing? Also yes. Does that... There's a dog. Okay, there's a dog. Hang on, all our plans just throw out the window. We need to come up with a new strategy, because there's a dog. We need to not aggro that dog. We need to keep that dog. Go away. Go away. Okay, the dog's going away. Yeah, it's a FromSoft dog. We all know what that means. We've been down this road before. I'm gonna have killed like 20 people. It's taken me like 20, 30 minutes to slowly slog through this huge crowd, and then I'm gonna die to a dog, because that's my life. Or I could ignore it and go this way. Giant guy who's killed me 15 times? Sure. Dog? Nope. Nope. I've been told I shouldn't do this task. Probably because there's a big guy. Do I have to kill the dog? I don't want to kill the dog. And by that, what I should probably mean is I don't want to fight the dog and then die, is what I don't want to do. Okay, fine. If that gun guy wasn't there, he's in a really irritating position, too. Alright. Whatever, let's do this. Is the volume too loud? Because I do actually have audio changers. I don't think this is too loud. I'm just hearing what you're hearing, but you're the only one who can tell me that, so volume be a thing. Hello. I need to run from the dog, if you'll excuse me. I died of looting, I'm gonna laugh. I really am. What was that? Okay, dog leashed. Right? Okay, dog leashed. Let's turn down the audio here, maybe? No. Oh, there we go. So I'll turn that down a bit. There you go. Is that better? Here, let's get some combat sounds. Hear what the new audio sounds like. Any suggestions for the dog? I am covered in blood. Why am I covered in blood? Don't answer that question. Shoot it. Well, that's the worst thing I'm at, so... But the thing I am worst at, I can do whatever. Gunman's dead. I killed Gunman. It's just the dog now. Ready for my death. Here it comes. I can't believe that actually worked. That was even on purpose. Because I knew... So that the end of the switch combo is a lunge forward. That's why I started it when I was further away from it. That's terrifying. Okay. So hang on. There's loot. There's loot. There's loot. I am liking the axe. I think I've already said that. It's a good pick. It's a good pick. Loot. Loot. Worthless loot. So I have two options. I think literally at this point. I can do this. Yeah! I can go through this giant door, or I could go around the giant door. They both go in the same direction, but those appear to be my only options right now, if my mental map is correct. Because there's nothing back that way, and there's nothing that way, and I can't open that door yet. So yeah, no, I'm pretty sure this is it. Yes, we're doing the... I don't know how to do the DLC, but we'll figure it out. We'll do it at some point. It's whatever. I'm sure we're going to be playing this for like 2 weeks now. That's just my life. Well, this is gonna suck. Do I have anything right now? I do have some Molotovs. This is not something I would do under normal circumstances. Okay, now we're just gonna leave. Just gonna walk away very carefully. We're gonna leave. We're gonna leave the planet. We're out. This is a good game. Time to play Mega Man. It's the Cleric Beast? Oh, Jesus. Okay, whatever. Wonderful. Okay. So, hang on. Let's look at our positives and negatives really quick. So, we've got color... What do we got here? Yes, we're definitely giving a positive for dogs. It's fine, Taquata. It's fine. It's fine. We're all fine. Everything's fine here. I mean, unfortunately, you have not defined for me what you mean by anti-tech, Gum-Gum, so that means nothing to me. Let's see here. So we've got load times, pause system, save mode. That's me unmuting the game, the mic. Excuse me. There we go. Hey, Decrillion. Kill me, end my suffering. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see. No. It's self-defense mass murder. It's a difference. Oh, gotcha. Having a world government to help solve the world's issues. I mean, that's not really a statement. So what I mean by that is anything you do is both going to add problems and solve problems, hypothetically, right? So one world government, new problems, might fix some old problems. And I have to put might there because it's not a guarantee. Okay, so I was going to give a negative for something else. Frame rate. Yep. And lock on question mark, and we'll debate that more. But the frame rate is a negative right now. I hate to do that, but you may or may not have noticed me pop a Dramamine earlier, because this game is making me nauseous. And that's really all I need to say about that. Yeah, we're going to turn off the camera. That was actually one of the next things I wanted to try out. Options-wise. Yep, there. Yep. Okay, let's go fight whatever this thing is. Hey, Disco. What the hell is performance mode? Oh, gotcha, frozen. Okay. I probably should level before I lose all 4,000 of my souls and then have to fight this entire group thing again, so... The best part is I'm pretty sure going to level is going to respawn all of these things. Is there a lantern, like, up here somewhere? I can't level? Why can't I level yet? Please elaborate. I mean, I know you're doing the I can't let you do that, but at least Hal gave a reason, right? I need an insight? Okay. Well, that's cool. I'm cool. We're gonna go see who's been knocking at the door here. Oh, for God's sakes, of course they designed it so I can barely see the thing. There he is. It looks like one of the big guys. That's all. It's only the thing that killed me like 15 times. Let me be stealthy here. Gotta be stealthy. Stealth. He doesn't have an axe. All he does is grab me and take out 80% of my health in a single hit. Hey, look, a cart full of bones.
I don't reckon you're from round here. Well, stuck outside on a night of the hunt. Oh, you poor, poor thing.
A lot of empathy in this town. Seems to be a very betazoid town. They're apparently having a party over there. So is this just a mob, or is this an actual boss? Because I know I have to kill all the bosses. It's a Souls game. I mean, even in Sekiro, we had to kill all the bosses. Okay, this is A-Trash. Thank you for answering that question. Because I was just going to man up and die. If that was what it took. Still stealthing. Sneak, 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 sneak. I'm with that guy. That guy's someone who's mad that Bloodborne still hasn't actually gotten a port or remaster. Or at least a pro version. I mean, come on! The best part is it sounds like he's throwing up each time. I mean, listen to him. Oh yeah, I should probably open the shortcut. Thank you for reminding me that that's a thing in these games. I should remember that. I've played these games before. Where's the lever? Where's the lever? Is there a lever? Question mark? That's not... Okay, fine. Not a shortcut. Fine, fine. I didn't want a shortcut anyways. I wanted to go the long way. With blackjack and hookers. I like mixing my jokes. 2? Okay. That sounds terrible, Disco. 20% of the planet? What's 20% of 9 billion people? It's 180 million, by the way. Okay, so that's 3 dogs and 3 people, at least one of which has a gun. There's apparently a door I can open. You know, I'm already having a hard enough time without y'all lying to me. I'm just saying, you don't have to work at getting me killed. I think I've got that part managed. I don't want to fight that group. I really don't. And they've aggroed me. Ah, you're right. I was off by a decimal point. It's 1.8 billion. About 180 million. So there you go, 1.8 billion people. There you go. He didn't even aggro me properly. He just shot me and walked off. Like, you know, I'm gonna shoot that guy. And run. I'm with that guy, honestly. Can you imagine if these didn't leash? Imagine if this was EverQuest. The original EverQuest. And you're probably thinking, what does that have to do with anything? In EQ1, the concept of leashing didn't exist. As in, it wasn't a mechanic. That was something that had to be programmed in later. So, if you don't understand what that means until you zoned, an enemy would never de-aggro you. Unless they were dead, or you were dead. So imagine if there was no leashing. Just, you know, hell. Crap. Oh, that was a little close. It's always funny to me to think of the fact that, you know, leashing was a tech that had to be added to video games. Because it's such a normal thing nowadays.
It's all your fault!
What did I do? I just killed the dog. Okay, I guess. Yeah, that's fair. That's on me. Might be. Leashing is when an enemy stops following you. It's the concept is they get to the end of their leash and then they stop and they de-aggro you. I just demonstrated it. I aggroed 4 people, ran off, and then they all de-aggroed me. And stopped following me. It's a really common concept in games nowadays that, like I said, didn't used to be. Okay. There's another dog! Ready. Ready. I'm not ready. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. This is it. Tell my mother I said hello. I hear more people wandering. Hi! Hi! Hello! How are you, big guy? You having fun there, buddy?
So cold.
That's the wrong button. That's literal. I can't believe I did that. Literally hit the wrong button. Adding visual elements to a chat channel, Mr. Red. I lost him. I don't hear him. God dang, where is he? What is that? What is that? You see the thing moving? Like twitching around in the background? Looks like a bird, actually. And I know what I know how birds in video gaming are, so we're just gonna walk away from that. Don't worry, Crazy Norse. I sincerely doubt I'll get anywhere in this game anytime soon. We're gonna leave that bird forever. He is... What are you doing? Why are you just standing there? Explain yourself, sir. Let's hit the right button this time. Alright, so let's see here. Gotta get some stress relief in after all that. I have beaten Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, yes. And Sekiro with cheats. And Jedi Fallen Order without cheats on hard. Oh yeah, now that he's gone. Let's see what's over here. I can't wait for this to be a trap and to die from this. Lose all the progress I have so far. A torch. Okay. I have no idea, Arthur. There's different outfits in this game, is my response to that. No, Ross, not at all. That's stupid. I'm sorry. That is so stupid of a mentality, and I have nothing that I can say in defense of it or in fairness thereof. If you want to play on hard, great. If you want to play on easy, great. That's your choice. That's how that works. Why in God's name would you try to look down upon someone else for deciding to play on a different mode than you? That's really, really stupid. Yeah, you play how you want to play, and you play it in a way that's actually fun for you. That the whole point of a goddamn video game is to have fun with it. Maybe you have fun for the challenge. I like a lot of challenging games. I'm with that. Maybe you play a game to just kind of enjoy the story. Maybe you play a game to just feel powerful and smash through a bunch of things, right? I mean, God's sakes. To be clear, I'm not getting into the actual difficulty argument here, nor am I saying Souls-like games should have easy mode. Like I said, let's stay away from that argument. I'm just saying the idea of being an elitist dick and snubbing your nose at someone for playing a different difficulty than you is stupid. It's just pure elitist dickery. So it looks like I have two ways to progress right now. One is up the hell thing that I just turned away from, and the other's through the crows. Cool. Hey, Lilamos. Let's try the crows. I look forward to dying. I'm trying to get a feel for the terrain here, and I see it looks like two crows. They're big. And there's a pathway, but I don't see any more crows there. So two crows. Let's see if we can sneak up on them. If we can't, well, this is going to go badly. There was a third. There was a third. Oh, I have, okay. As I said, we had to ban the difficulty discussion on Discord because it was becoming way too toxic. like, actually vitriolic, people cussing each other out, yelling at each other, screaming, just, no, unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable behavior. Yeah, we actually had someone leave the Discord over that whole argument. Yeah. No. Alright, so looks like I can't go down through here, so it looks like I have only one way to progress, if I'm paying attention correctly, my mental map. And that one way would be through the winter. Ugh. There's an item? Did I miss an item? Oh, I see it, I see it. Thank you. I have an urn. Delicious. There might be a second way over here, too. There it is. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Almost with it. So, okay, so we now have two ways to progress. And a dog. Yeah, you thought I wouldn't see that? Why would I hate you for that, Mr. Red? That's usually called... Why did I just get experience? What? Anyways, okay, so... Something died. Where? The dog... okay. Something in the world died somewhere. Okay, I'm not gonna question it. I'm not gonna question it. It reminds me of an old joke. Anybody ever play Zelda 2? In Zelda 2, this never comes up because of the nature of the game. But the game Zelda 2 is constructed such that anytime anything dies, you gain experience from it. Now that makes sense, because you're the only thing that can kill something, but through some very specific glitches and actually cheats, which screw with the code, you can just kill enemies, and you could just be standing there, and your X will just kind of go, and you just slowly level while standing there. It's really funny to watch. Anyways, okay. There's a lot of dogs down there. And by a lot, I mean more than one. Whatever. Let's just nip that one in the bud. Yes, I felt a great disturbance that there's so many dogs. Why are there so many dogs? I know, it's the night of the hunt. I get it. Let's go not the dog direction. Anything that does not involve dogs has got to be a good thing in this. Yeah, I saw the leak, but we'll see, Zach. I always treat those with a pretty big grain of salt. We will see. And that's pretty much my attitude. I've said it before. I'm in favor of not exclusivity. And I'm really in favor of good ports, good remasters, etc. Emphasis on good, right? Like, we've talked about that. Emphasis on actually making good ports instead of junk ports, like that frickin' Horizon Zero Dawn port we went through. Hey, an item. Just checking. Okay, so we have two options. Go down to the big boy, or go into the unknown. Into the unknown. Most people probably don't know that song. That's totally cool. He's a pat. Yeah, let's not. Frozen 2, very good. So what would we have encountered down there other than Big Boy? Nothing. But it's still a big boy, and those can still kill me in 2 hits, so... You know. Still an issue. Hello? Candygram.
Help me. I must leave.
Are you an enemy, or not?
We know precisely.
Can't tell if you're an enemy. Let's find out. He was an enemy. How? I mean, if I had $13 trillion, I'd be the richest person on the planet. Oh, oh, you're an enemy. Didn't realize. He was in a wheelchair. Well, right now they're on the PC and the frickin' phone, Micah. Hopefully they'll come out on consoles at some point, but no, there's no word on that in any direction. When the hunt began, the Healing Church left us, blocking the great bridge to the cathedral ward, as old Yarnum burned to the ground in that moonlight light. Okay, no, that's terrifying. Listen, Dean Bedine, all I'm saying is that all disabled people... No. I shouldn't even say that jokingly. So the problem with just adding $13 billion to the universe is that doesn't really fix anything. It just dilutes the existing pool. Now, I probably shouldn't go into this, but I will go ahead and say that I do think that if the several billions of dollars that are currently not actually doing anything to contribute to society and our people as a species were actually redistributed and reappropriated in order to be used in a manner that actually is accomplishing something. Yeah, no, I think we could actually solve most of the world's problems there, too. I can't do English accents, sorry. But if you just snapped into existence $13 trillion, that would really go badly. Hang on. Hang on. Idea. No? Oh, there it is. How do I switch? That would be so terrible, Melkor Blade. That would be so awful. Thank you. Oh, blind. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, now I can see what the hell I'm doing. And that, yep, okay. And I'm guessing this switches our main weapon. Yep, okay, cool. Found. Looks like my phone chat is a little bit more delayed than usual, so I apologize if I'm a little slow in responding to people today. Any enemies up here other than that guy? And that guy. And that guy. Come on down. I will bite. I actually want to play that on Falkenstein. Right now, we're waiting on... So, killing you got me some of his Papyrus Chapter 3 lines this morning. I haven't gotten to them yet. I haven't had time. And we still need Walker's Asgore lines. And once I have... I'm not sure what's going on with Frieza, but he's been trying, I know. Once I have the Asgore lines and the Papyrus lines done, I'm probably going to pull the trigger on going ahead and recasting Alfie's. Just because Blue Wind has a lot of RL stuff going on, and I don't want to burden her anymore with that, and I already have a second actress lined up. I was actually wondering about that, because you mentioned the HP back mechanic, and I'll admit this is just me not paying attention, but I haven't really seen that in action yet. I know we're not supposed to trade, because it's a Souls-like, but... or Soulsborne, or whatever you call these now. Okay, so crows to the left. Dogs to the right. We never actually went down. So hang on, let's pop this out. Now that we can do that. You see what I mean by the doodad placement, by the way? I cannot even imagine how much time it takes to make every single room in these games. It's kind of silly. Like, not in a bad way. That is not an insult. It's just, speaking as someone who's done a decent amount of his own work in animation lately, and given how much time it took to make Archer punching Tucker look decent, I can just imagine how much time this must take. Where's... oh, this door. Okay. So where does this lead? To enemies. My favorite thing. And there's big boys. Big boys. Oh. What's up, buddy? Hi. Listen, have you heard of our Lord and Savior? Axe. Don't worry, sir. First sermon's free. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Ed. You could literally feel, especially, I mean, anybody can think of that, but if you've actually been involved in making anything like this, you could just feel how much time and effort and work it took to be like, okay, so we want the kind of reddish-brownish sack next to a greenish sack so they look different. And then we're going to have a darkish sack underneath that. We're going to have the ropes here so it looks like they're tied together, and we're going to put, like, a different color and different shaped sack on top of that, and then the sack with the top tilted on. And then we're going to repeat. So there's one repeat sack there, if you're paying attention. It's the reddish one. It's the middle one in both piles. But then we're going to have this sack and then this sack, which is going to be a little different there. So it looks like it's several completely distinct sacks, even though there are 2 repeats there. And it's just... the amount of time and thought and effort that takes is silly. And that's one of the reasons why the Doodad Plus is a fairly regular thing we give to games that do a good job with that kind of thing. And this game 100% deserves that positive. Yeah, the attention to detail is silly, like I said, in a good way. Well, we haven't found any bosses yet, so I'm sure the gameplay negatives will go even higher. So, finally got a shortcut. This is actually the last point at which we are saved. So if we die, we actually have a shortcut back. Freaking finally! This has been like a 40-minute journey to open that door. And we'll have to go through like a couple people in order to get back, but that's going to be a lot better than going through that crowd of death. Right, I can run. Oh my goodness. Alright, time to die. Now the cave's gone. Is there anything useful down there? I didn't see any items, but I mean, I only glanced. I know there's Death, because I can see the Death. He's right there. Death's bro is down there, too. Okay, right. Oh, we already went up the stairs. They drop stuff. I mean, I could try it. This is a terrible, terrible idea. Well, I haven't figured out parrying at all yet, so my timing is incredibly off for that. Let's see if he aggroed me. Yep, he aggroed me. That's okay. Please. One. Good. Grab our prize from that. What's our vial cap? Do we have a vial cap? Okay, so. Thank you. I was just gonna hoard them, to be completely honest. That storage mechanic might be a positive, too. I need to jot that down. Oh, I didn't know that, Puzzle Fury. No. So that storage mechanic is probably going to be a positive. Let's see here. Oh, I haven't updated the HUD. No wonder people are saying I'm being negative about this game. Hang on, hang on. So what are we up to? There we go. I should probably mention this one while we're on the subject. Yeah, I can already picture a time in which I will want to have 20 for a boss. There we go. Okay. Ignore your buddy's corpse. There's nothing to see here. He gonna aggro? He didn't aggro, okay. Oh, he aggroed. Alright, we're gonna watch. Look at this. And... this. Okay. There is a new route down here, so there was the value in doing this other than getting those two things. I didn't actually hit that. I meant to hit this. I'm gonna be so mad if I end up liking this game. That's not true. That is a total lie. I'm not going to. I know what's coming. We're still in the part of the game that I would enjoy, to put it into such terms. Like, if the whole game was this, hell yeah. We haven't met Corpse Pile, or Octopus Lady, or Spider Lake yet. I did notice that. It's the first time I've actually noticed it, but I actually was kind of watching for it this time. Anything in here? Nope. I mean, I'm looking forward to Spider Lake, I gotta be honest. That's gonna be wonderful. Oh yeah, and there's a forest. Like I said, I'm actually pretty familiar with this game. I just, I've never actually played it. This is England? Alright, whatever. Okay. Okay. So, I literally can't go this way. So that means I have, I think, only one way I can go right now. I mean, you will probably hear me say that, Melkor. So far, this is actually kind of legit. Nope, I'm wrong. I could go into Dog Alley. So I could go to Dog Alley or I could go to the Blizzard. These are my two options right now. Central? What the hell does central mean in context? Yeah, I know, I have a website. Did you know? It's also, so some of you may notice, I'm surprised I haven't gotten any comments, except from Hazardous, that the website has actually undergone half of the changes it needs to. Because, oh, you mean centrist? Not really. Half the changes it needs to, so right now it does show the hours of the game, and it does sort by hours. That's nuts! He literally dropped frames, he was moving so quickly there. Like, you saw that, right? Or rather, you didn't see that. Anyways. So yeah, the mechanism is there for the hours and the sort by hours. However, those games are not 400 hours long, because we still need the other half of the mechanism to be in place. Working on it, I swear. So we've begun, speaking of which, Hazardous, since you're here, we have begun looking into the collapse idea. It's going to be a bit problematic because we're going to have to effectively make another shell. And that's going to cause a problem. But it's something we're looking into. It is still something that is on the table. It's just not there yet.
Oh, you're a hunter, aren't you?
A little bit.
Well, do you know of any safe places?
Yeah, we haven't even reached the first boss yet, everyone. We're in for the long haul.
I've heard I have. Shutting up indoors isn't always enough. Well, if you hunters got off your asses, you wouldn't be in this mess. You're obligated to help me, you hear?
Why?
So what'll it be? Are you going to tell me you're not?
No, I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, I should have known.
Because I have no other option.
No respect for the elderly is what that is. Yeah. That lot of good you outsiders do. Go on. Admit it. You think we're all mad, don't you?
You're all mad.
Well, go and stop it. I know all your tricks.
So, who just asked that? Looks like Puzzle Fury asked. So, I said this earlier. This is one of an extremely rare case where I am openly welcoming backseating. Because I just want this to be as smooth of an experience for both of us. Like, I don't want you to be frustrated at me, and I don't want to be frustrated at the game that you love, right? So, for this one time only, the gates are open on backseating. So we've got that way we can go. And then up to the blizzard area, and I think that's it. Someone mentioned a bridge. If you say get good, that's an auto ban. Oh, I actually... No, I could get back up there. I just have to go the long way around. Yes! Bloodborne in a nutshell. We woke up from surgery to a blood werewolf and creep things. And it just goes downhill from there. Okay, so... Well, I do see my favorite thing in the game. I'd like to posit a new speedrun category. Call it barrel percent. That's right, we talked with Cube. That's a new enemy. I don't know your tricks, so we're going to be cautious of you. What do we got? Ooh. That recovery. Took a minute. Barrels respawn? What? Oh. Committed now. I was just thinking if this was Sekiro, I could do the lunging down insta-kill attack on that thing, but this isn't Sekiro, so... Please, let me loot. Why won't you let me loot? Let me loot! Alright, whatever. Fine. I didn't want that loot anyways. Hang on. Here, loot it later. What's going on with your day, Hasdus? My goodness. So there's a dude that we need to attack immediately. I'm hesitating because Dr. Witcher said don't attack. So far, I haven't met an NPC that isn't a door so far. I tried to talk to an earlier person and he just attacked me. Okay, that doesn't look like an attack me, so...
Oh. A hunter, are you?
Not really.
And an outsider? What a mess you've been caught up in. And tonight of all nights. Here, to welcome the new hunter.
Thanks. I don't know what that is.
Prepare yourself for the worst.
Really, Hasdus?
There are
Jesus.
no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now. Still lingering about. What's wrong? A hunter unnerved by a few beasts? No matter. Without fear in our hearts, we're little different from the beasts themselves.
What? Was that this spot in my bag? Yeah, there we go.
What are you still doing here?
Please don't kill me.
Enough trembling in your boots. A hunter must hunt.
I would, but I was told to keep talking to you.
What are you
Okay, there we go. That's a loop. I do hope you enjoy it, Terquillium. Because if you don't, then that sucks. As we had a whole rant about earlier, games are meant to be enjoyed. So, you know. What's that? Oh, that's another one of the hunched people. Yeah, go talk to a wall. They have good advice sometimes. Hey, Giga Pudding. Please don't shoot me. I was really worried that would make me fall. Because you step forward so much for attacks in this game. Is there a way to backtrack with which doesn't involve falling? How do I get out of here? Great. Okay, that sucks. Well, let's fall on top of one of them at least, so we can do something about that. Okay. That didn't work out even close to how I wanted to, but that's okay. That didn't either. And we're dead. Loading. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oop, wrong button. Nah, it's cool, Traxia. I'll blunder through. I mean, we have the DLC to do as well. But yes, the goal is to beat the game. Why do we eat their blood? Don't answer that question. Expecting to lunge a bit more than that. There's a happy ending to this game? Then again, people have been arguing whether the dark ending or the rekindle the flame ending is good or bad for years, so what the hell do I know? So you are correct, Puzzle Fury. It is entirely I always retain the right to cancel a run for any reason. But the goal is always to get all the way through the run, right? Ugh. Thank you, Candyman. Very, very much. Always appreciate it. You have to get me to write that all down, because you just put that towards 6. So give me a second. Which ending of DSO1 do I prefer? Dark. I can't imagine anyone thinks kindling the flame is a good thing. But again, it's been argued and debated for years. Because we are different people. That's how that works. It's really cool. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. The ending I'm most familiar with is the squid ending, and that's entirely because of speedruns. Pretty much every speedrun I've seen of this game goes for that ending. I don't know why. Maybe that's just the category they're running. Maybe that's an all bosses thing. I don't know. But that is the ending that I am most familiar with. I love this switching mechanic, by the way. I've already jotted it down as a potential positive. It is a cool mechanic. And I've only seen it for one weapon so far. I'll take that. Oh, you son of a submariner. I'm just gonna... If I had to pick an alignment, lawful neutral. Yeah, I know, right, Spruce? I mean, speedrunners are pretty crazy. I should know. I am a terrible one, but I still like speedrunning.
Leave.
I was going to say, I'm looking forward to seeing the other weapons and what kind of other switch mechanics we get. I mean, you all know I love the switch, right? Sorry. Dumb joke. So, I was working last night, and my niece was kind of bored, and obviously we can't actually, play while I'm working. So to keep her entertained, she and her dad and I all started looking up bad jokes and telling them. She actually rather liked that. It was really fun. But we were telling so many bad jokes. It was awful. I told her the 2 tenths one. She liked that. Alright, where'd he go? I've seen him patrol over here. Where is he? I can hear him. But I cannot see him, and that worries me. He jumps out of nowhere. And no, I haven't seen a no-hit run, sorry. Why did the skeleton want a friend? Because he was bonery. I feel like he's aggroed and he's just stuck. Nothing. Maybe I'm wrong. He's moving. My favorite go-to dad joke is probably the tense one I just referenced. Friend walks up and says, I'm a TP, I'm a wigwam, I'm a TP, I'm a wigwam. And I say, dude, relax, you're too tense. Shoot. Well, there goes my element of surprise. A priest... Oh, what is it? A priest, a bishop, and a rabbit walk into a bar. The bartender says to the rabbit, what can I get you? And the rabbit says, well, some better spelling for one. I cannot switch in mid-swing. can, however, switch as a combo, which I've been doing a lot of, because that's awesome. I'm going to say that one out loud. This is from Hazardous. A Roman walks into a tavern, holds up 2 fingers, and says, 5 beers, please. No, actually, Primarch, I have not. Just hang on. Before we go that way, can I interact with this? No. Alright. Now, it looks like the corpses fell even further down, which sucks, because there's, well, squid things down there. No, those are rats. My bad. Oh, yeah, I can switch direction in mid-swing like that. Which has actually cost me sometimes, because I've been instinctually hitting the next direction I want to go in, and then my swing goes the wrong way. Alright, let's leave this room for now. This wonderful, wonderful room. So, if you don't get the joke, 5 beers, please. So we've got 2 gunners, something squishy, which I can hear. Looks like a hunchback, 2 gunners. Didn't mean to do that leaping attack again. I'm out of stamina. I'm out of stamina. Oh god. Oh god. Not ready. Not ready. One of my favorite things about Sekiro is you can run without affecting the stamina bar, I'm just saying. You need it for other stuff. But, you know. I mean, of course there's going to be a swamp. It's a FromSoft game. Is there a FromSoft game that doesn't have a deep, creepy, horrible swamp? I'm pretty sure Elden Ring's going to have one, too. What game has the loneliest atmosphere? Subnautica. That was a good call. Hi. Jackass. Yeah, I keep doing... Well, I didn't do it that time. Whatever. I keep doing the lunge attack without actually meaning to. Hi, Hidden Crow. How are you? Armored Core. Creepy Swamp Edition. The whole game is set in a creepy swamp. Whole thing. Kind of messed up, really. Okay, so there's a ladder, but we can't get to it yet, so we can't take a drink yet. Oh, our second ladder. I'm really sad about this. Probably because we're going through the game achingly slowly, because I'm trying to be cautious and not die 15,000 times. Yeah, now I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure there's at least one MechWarrior game that has a swamp. And there's that new mech survivalist farming game, which I think has a swamp biome. Yeah, that's probably it. The only lamp we found is the first one, so no. We're still a long trip back if we die. Another reason to be cautious, consequently. Okay, so I can drop down, or I can go all the way back. Thoughts? I guess there's actually 2 drop-downs. There's this drop-down and there's the outside drop-down. I did see that ladder. So it's not like this is a... Oh, hello. Is this a ladder? Are you a ladder? You are a ladder. Ladder time! Okay. Important to stay hydrated. Alright, what are we coming down into? I see creepy things. Lots of creepy things. Super creepy things. Just creep everywhere. It's okay. I want you to imagine the smell. Just picture it. Put it into your head for a second. Still being cautious. Because, as previously mentioned, it's been a long time since we hit a lantern. Yeah, I have a pretty strong gag reflex, but I have smelled things that have made it so that I had to just not inhale in order to deal with... Okay, so that goes up to a place we didn't go to, and that goes further down. Further down, I thought I saw something moving. I definitely heard something. We have whatever those are. I can't tell if those are the rats. Those are not rats. Those are the upper halves of torsos, looks like. And a crow. I see a crow over there. And probably enemies. Right there. Those definitely look like enemies to me. Because I've played this before. I can literally hear them. This is not the time for Cinnabon. I gotta be real. This is... If I successfully beat this game without cheating, I'm buying myself frickin' sushi, because I'll have earned that crap. But I don't expect that's gonna happen. I really don't. We're probably gonna get to a certain point, and it's just gonna be like, well, time to go ahead and cheat in a bajillion blood, or whatever it is. And then we'll still fail at beating the game. I'm still gonna try. That is always the goal. This is not where I thought it was! I have a madman's knowledge. I mean, I'll go ahead. There's a big guy, too. I try to remember how to use items in this game. Use. I am now insightful. They were all Eileen. I just killed Eileen. Sorry. Sorry, my B. Let's deal with this first and foremost. A ladder. I see a ladder. Okay. So I see a door which looks terrifying and a ladder which goes up. I don't know what's up. I've gone from having 2 ways to go to like 5, because I can go that way, that way, that way, that way, and possibly that way. Yeah, I literally have 5, no, 6, excuse me, 6 directions I could go in right now. Window, I don't see a window. I mean, I'll take any shortcut I can get, so sure, let's go ahead and see what we got. What a thrill. It's right here, game. Hello? There we go. I love Metroidvanias. I mean, I love platformers in general, but Metroidvanias and Mega Mans are probably the 2 top for me when it comes to platformers. I just want to see where I am. I want to figure out where I am. Okay, I see where I am. I see where I am. Okay.
Who are you? I don't know your voice, but I know that smell.
How can you smell
Are you
me?
a hunter? And please will you look for my mum? Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him. But now she's gone too. I'm all alone and scared.
It's okay, you're probably just a figment of my imagination, if we're being completely honest.
Really? Oh, thank you. My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful, you won't miss it. Oh, I mustn't forget. If you find my mum, give her this music box. It plays one of Daddy's favourite songs. And when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him so he remembers. Mum's so sick and off without it.
What? You... Well, anyways. I was actually wondering how he detected me. It's not the end of the world, it's just kind of weird. So what should I level? I will definitely take advice. We haven't even met a boss yet, and I'm terrified of the idea. Oh, hey, the doll's awake. I don't want to be a squid! Alright. I'm trying to remember where I level. This is where I level, I think. No, that's buying stuff. Where do I level? I can go inside now. That's new. Hello? He's an old person. Okay.
Aha! You must be the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home for now. I am... Gammon. Friend to you hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do. You'll get used to it.
Oh, cool. Well, that's not happening since, you know, we're in offline mode and I didn't buy the PSN thing. But like...
Hello, good hunter. I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength.
I mean, you notice her mouth isn't even moving.
You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit.
My spirit is not sickly. Sickly, thank you very much.
Did you speak with Gammon? He was a hunter long, long ago, but now serves only to advise them. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world. Still, he stays here, in this dream. Such is his purpose. Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
I'm debating. I mean, that to start would probably not go amiss. Although you say I shouldn't do that, right? You say I should do that.
This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons and flesh. We don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find. Even the dawn, should it please you. This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons.
That's a couple things. I didn't see the upgrade. Obviously, I'm blind. Oh, there it is. I ran by this earlier. Whatever. I'm not even sure why durability is a thing. I mean, it's probably not a negative, but durability is a concept you need to do something with. We actually talked about this recently. I don't know if they do here or not. Should I bother? How goes I do? I have exactly enough to do it once. Done. That's all I got. My only weapon and my only thingies.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is
bother
it you
so.
desire?
Well, first thing I'd like to do is be playing Mega Man instead of this. Actually, what the funny thing is, we're starting with Mega Man 0, so...
Ah, the little ones, inhabitants of the dream. They find hunters like yourself, worship and serve them.
Gross.
Speak words they do not. But still, aren't they sweet?
No.
Ah, they... Very well, let me stand.
Just seeing a few things, don't mind me. Okay.
Farewell, good hunter. May you
Um,
find your worth in the waking world.
is that part of the DLC, or is that something else? Okay, either way, I should at least poke at it for the sake of the review. Up here? No, that's the portal. Here? No, that's the shop. Interesting. I could afford that suit right now. I don't know if it's better. I'm hearing that I should not do this. Of course. I mean, unless I somehow beat this game today, Nasty, which is approximately a 0% chance of happening. Probably going to be streaming this tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. Well, you get the idea. And yeah, fashion insert game name here is always the end game. We all know this. Well, I hope you have a good day at work. But yeah, we stream 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every day. So. And that's also on. There's actually 3 separate schedules that I'll indicate when we stream, just to make sure that people can find it no matter how they look for it. We don't stream on Mondays, and we only stream a half day on Saturdays, and we don't stream on Sundays. Well, I mean, we don't stream games on Sundays. We stream other stuff on Sundays. Where the hell am I going? I gotta remember where the warp point is. I don't remember how I get out of here. How do I get out of here? I've only been here once. Give me a break. Or twice, I guess. Oh, right. Lantern, maybe?
Welcome home. What is it?
Leave.
Farewell. May you find...
Nope. Oh, right. It's this thing. No place to awaken. This one, maybe? Hey! What's this one, then? Nothing. What's this one? Nothing. Okay, cool. That last one looks especially good. We haven't even found our first boss yet, Mr. Red. Which should say all it needs to. Just in a place where there's lots of, you know, the fog, mist kind of a thing, hazardous. So I can see that. Right, so of course. Excuse me. Hey! So anyways, as I was saying, of course, enemies have respawn, because we technically used a thingy. My damage gone down? Whatever. Let's go back down. Into the depths. Yeah, we're gonna go down. We're gonna go all the way down. And die. Slightly less cautious, since we have successfully leveled now. Like the third time I've done that attack, and I didn't mean to. It worked out this time, but damn it. Okay, so we can drop down here. We're actually not going to do that. Yeah, you ever wonder what that would actually feel like to roll up a thing of stairs? Just picture that for a second. Like, I think you could technically do it, but God, it would hurt like hell. Now, let's actually ignore those, because I want to go down. Yes, like that. That's how you use stairs, is you go down like that. So, we could go this way. Over here. Okay. Mark that off the list. So we can go down into the extremely obvious trap. Bull crap! I'm sorry, I call bull crap on that. I have not hazardous. Ever since I fell down a staircase once, I don't do that anymore, basically. A little more cautious, a little more cautious. Honestly, I actually wanted to do that for once. Now I'm not doing it. Do I have to, like, flick it? Flick. Oh yeah, good idea. Oh, looks like I can. All that for some Quicksilver bullets. Dead end. Oh, I had a bruise on my back that was like a foot wide for weeks after I fell down the staircase. It hurt. It was bad. Okay, so we're going back to caution mode. As I know there's crows over here. I actually noticed that in the middle of that. I don't know if you noticed, but the first thing missed, and then I started doing this for the rest of the fight. So, crows. Hello, Mr. Crow. That. Oh, there's so many corpses down here. Good lord. Not yet, Mr. Red, but we still aren't at the Squick, and we still haven't fought the first boss, so... I'm pretty sure, I think Melkor said this, I'm pretty sure I'm going to join the creed of people who think that the whole game should be this, instead of, you know, what it eventually becomes. No, we got it. We got it. That's, it's a big boy. In a narrow corridor with nowhere to dodge to. Where's this lead us? Where the heck is this? Yeah, I don't know where this is. And we're dead. Okay. Where's this put us? Oh, this is with the two big boys. Okay, okay. So that's unlocked now, right? Like, we're good. We've opened the gate, so to speak. It's fine, Sonic Doctor. I've given everyone a blank check to backseat on this one, because I want this to be as smooth of an experience as possible. And frankly, no one's done what I would consider aggressive backseating anyways. Ooh, that camera change. We're not going there. We're not going there. I know what that means. But even with me saying, please backseat, people still haven't been doing what I would consider to be rude backseating. Which is funny, because we've had rude backseating before on this show when I've had to ask people to quit it. I think that's funny. I don't know, I'm the weirdo here. Okay, so we've got the bridge. We've got up, and we've got through the sewers. And it looks like we're at those 3 options right now. The worst backseating I've ever had on camera was during the Halo runs, yes. It was really bad. It actively detracted from those runs. I'm trying to remember where this goes, so forgive me. Yeah, no, so that's one of the areas I can go to, Dr. Winter. That's one of the things I've got in my head. So this is, right, this is where the crows are. I remember this. I was ready for them this time. And that leads to something, like there's something this way. There's Big Boy, and then there's that. And then there's up that way, which leads to, like, the pseudo thing. Okay, so I know where I am. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick stretch break, because I haven't yet. And I need to. But I think it's time to hit the sewers as our next area to track. To check. Stretch. Well, Chapter 2 is Papyrus's big chapter, so that makes sense, Mr. Red. He has a ton of dialogue in Chapter 2, a very small amount of 3 and 4, and then a little bit in 5. It's every major character has one chapter that's their chapter, and 2 is Papyrus's. So that's the way I was thinking about going. But I also haven't been this way, so that's 2 directions. I did not get a sub from someone? I didn't hear a sub come in. Hang on, I hear an enemy. Give me 1 second, I'll look at subs. Might be the guy up top, though. I think it's the guy up top. Okay, we're good, we're good. So, rats. We haven't actually fought rats yet. Sounds like we're okay for the moment. Let me see. What sub did I miss here? Give me a second. As usual, if I don't say something out loud, that's your cue that I didn't hear you. Or I didn't get it. There it is. I see it. Papa Neeks. I didn't hear that. How did I not hear that? Hi, Pterodactyl, please. I missed that, too. So, first of all, thank you, Papa Neeks, very much. I will jot that down for contradiction. Which is a game I actually know about. It's the live-action one. What was that? Wait, hang on. Was that Papa Neeks? That was Papa Neeks. Okay, just making sure. I've got 2 Papa characters, Papa Neeks and Papa Penguin, so I want to make sure I get the right correct thing here. Yeah, no, I've read it. The lock-on button has been really inconsistent for me, and that's why I've just stopped using it, honestly. Also, if I might be so bold, I don't like R3 or L3 in any of these games. As I've said many times, that's the kind of thing that should be bound to something like, you know, map or something you don't use all the time. But that's just my opinion on that. So I don't know what rats do, so we're going to be a little on the cautious side. And go for the usual approach. Okay. Usual approach works. Hey, another madman's knowledge we will not be using. If I could do anything with CNC? That's a good question. So, in order to progress there, I need to go up, ironically, and then drop, I think? I'm not sure how else to get up to that area. How would I do a CNC? We should do like a Renegade gameplay where you play one commando infiltrating a base. That sounds cool. I really should take a stretch break, but I kind of want to be a little bit safer before I do that. Yeah, thank you for making my point for me. Yes. Many levels of bullcrap. Uh-oh, this is bad. This is actually really bad. Yeah, let's get out of here. This area should be relatively clear because I killed this guy. Wait. Just bomb and see if he's going to follow this far. No, I'm joking, has just... I mean, so if you're not familiar with it, they actually tried to make that kind of game and it just sort of failed. If I was to do something with Command & Conquer... I mean, you know me, my first thought is large-scale strategy. Management games. But if we were to axe that and not pick the default answer, we would kill some crows. I feel like something in the veins of a really... Okay, hear me out. That. We need to make that into a Command & Conquer game. Imagine Resident Evil 2 Remake set in a Nod base in Command & Conquer's universe. Right? So, relatively small. You know, you just got the one base. It's overrun with Tiberium. There's monsters and horrors. Some of the people are still alive. Some of them are trying to stay alive. And it's effectively a survival horror game set in that Nod base, right? I feel like that would be a good direction for Command & Conquer. Other than the obvious choice of making a strategy game. Is that everything? I feel like I didn't kill the one dude. Did I kill the big dude? The hunchback? Where's his corpse? I don't see his corpse, and that worries me. No body. More problems. Okay. Yeah, he might have fallen. Could they take damage from falling? Oh, yep, nope, that's... I think that's him. I think that's him falling. Unless that's the... No, that's the dude who fell. Oh, I don't care that much about that. Okay, so now we've killed this guy, I think? Yeah, we killed him. One more enemy, and then I'll go take a stretch break. Or he'll kill me, and then I'll take a stretch... One way or another, the stretch breaks are happening. Oh, Joseph Kukin is awesome. Benicia Silver. He's pretty much transitioned entirely into doing directing and the like rather than acting, but he's still awesome. Okay. We should be safe, like actually safe, to put down the controller for a minute. I'll be right back. Or am I just covered in blood? Sorry for the delay. I wanted to grab a bit of ginger, settle my stomach, and some seltzer water to help settle my stomach. So I'm feeling pretty nauseous. Well, that's cool, Hazardous. So I need to recruit him, is what you're telling me. So. Favorite flavor of seltzer water? That's a tough one. But I suppose cranberry lime, if I had to put a finger on one. This is actually grapefruit right here. So I should admit something. I'm slowly getting more terrified of this game. And not because it's like, oh my god, it's so creepy and horrible or whatever. It's because I've started dying less, and that's worrying me. You know? Like, I've been dying a lot less ever since we got past the pile of people. And I'm terrified, because I haven't even fought my first boss yet, and I'm not looking forward to that, because I'm going to get there and say, alright, time to die a lot. Okay, so, right, we're dropping down. We're dropping down. That's what we're doing. Getting this stuff. Drop. Anything here? I mean, I am good at video games, and people who say otherwise are wrong, provably. But I don't know this game, and I'm not really good at these types of games in general, so I'm pretty sure this is more of a the level's about to kick my ass kind of a thing than I'm getting good at the game thing. Ooh. Nope. I knew it! I knew that was going to happen, too. That's the best part. I actually knew that was going to happen. Because I said I was doing better. And that is a guaranteed way to get myself killed. I'll hit the wrong button in the middle of combat. I've been doing that a lot. This is a really unintuitive control scheme. Can I just say that? Like, this switches your weapon, which is right next to the shot, which is also an attack if you do that. Like, why would you do that? Anyways, whatever. Yeah, can we I mean, I could probably rebind in the PlayStation menu. I don't think there was an option to rebind. I'm 99% certain that I didn't see anything about rebinding there. I just pickled ginger mess. I mean, I actually enjoy pickled ginger, so I keep it around as a snack. But it does help to settle my stomach, too. I mean, if it's intuitive for you, that's awesome, Estes Flakes. It is really not intuitive for me. And I should probably explain what I mean by that word, because some people don't seem to understand what I mean by that. Because there's gradients when it comes to intuitiveness in interface or control design. When I'm in the middle of a crisis situation, my fingers are going to automatically hit a button when I think I need to do X, right? Like, that's what intuitiveness means at the furthest extent. So when I'm, oh my god, flustered, and my brain isn't thinking about anything other than how to react as quickly as possible, the button I automatically go for is the one that is the most intuitive. Make sense? Quick, easy way to describe intuitiveness in controls. So that's one of the reasons why whenever things actually get real, I'm like, oh god, and then I hit the wrong button, because that's not what my brain is telling me to hit. Now, practice can eventually overcome that, of course. But not always. Even through Breath of the Wild, which I played for like 50 hours or some insane amount, we never actually got to the point where I found those controls intuitive. So, shrug. This is one of the reasons why rebindings is a good thing, because you could just say, oh, well, I'm hitting this button. That means I want to do this with this button. And then you do it. That's... Estus Flakes, I'm not giving a native. You don't have to get defensive. I'm not bashing the game, okay? Chill, man. It's cool. God. That's intuitive, by the way. Roll button. Hey, Alex Korbiniki. I've died many times, as is my idiot. Because I'm terrible at video games. Okay, if I say that, maybe I won't die. Come on. No death run. No. Absolutely not. This is the first Souls game I have played with a controller, Spartan. Which I suppose answers your question. The only option is PS4. This is it. This is all we got. Looks too slow. Of course, the jackass with my souls ran off. Because of course he did. And he's just standing. Hey, buddy, what's up? How are things? You, Okay. Well, that didn't do anything. Okay. He's throwing knives. No, Alex, I know you... I actually appreciate, and I mean this with sincerity, I appreciate how many people have been popping up like, whoa there, hold back on the backseating, because the other 100% of the time I ask for no backseating and no assistance. This is a truly rare exception where I'm actually asking for backseating and assistance. Maybe I should throw up a warning. Hey, I am asking for assistance. Don't worry, it's cool, it's cool. No, it's good. Like, there's no negativity in that. It means you all know me well enough and care enough to bother, so that's awesome. Oh god, yeah, that was the other one. Someone mentioned the worst backseating we've ever had. That was Halo. We didn't have backseating in FF15, but that's probably the second worst stream I've ever done. I get your point, Estes. I just don't agree, and that's all I'm going to say on that. There is a whole psychology to designing which buttons do what when it comes to game design. Like, there's a reason why this is usually the dodge button, you know? Because in the overwhelming majority of games, this is the dodge button, and therefore everyone's just kind of used to that. Now, the reason I'm not giving this a negative for controls is because I've played games that actually have truly unintuitive... I mentioned it's a gradient, right? So a truly unintuitive game... Oh, God. So have you ever played, Two Worlds? The first Two Worlds? I'm trying to remember the absolutely bonkers... I've actually played that game. The absolutely bonkers control scheme it had. Because it's like, I'm trying to remember, like, this is the map, and, like, this is attack, I think. It's just, it was absolutely insanity, whatever it was. And that would get a negative. That would be bad, because that is truly, unapologetically unintuitive controls. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It felt like... it felt like someone had just randomized what they assigned controls to, honestly. We got a saw spear, which might actually be a weapon. Like that. And I think that's actually it here now. Unless there's further down that way. Nope, that's it. So, that is as far as I know of down here. Let's go back out here again. Oh yeah, there's also, I'm sure some of you are familiar with the Monster Hunter Crab Claw. To name another example of a very, like, really unintuitive negative to gameplay kind of a situation. Well, okay, I believe you, Estes Flakes. Normally, when someone says something in the manner that you did, they are doing so because they perceive that I'm attacking the game and being bad on the game, because it makes sense, right? You don't want me to speak bad of a game you like. I get that, I do. It's just, when I'm streaming games, let's just say that it's extremely common that someone will get overly defensive about me pointing out something that I don't care for about a game. So I can go up to the staircase. I can go back to the snowy area. And I can go through the pig. And I think that's it. I've got those 3 options right now. I think. I'm pretty sure that's where I'm at. So... let's try out the saw spear, shall we? Nope, wrong one. There we go. That's not the attack button. Well, so far I have failed at parrying basically 100% of the time. That's actually an exaggeration. I've failed at parrying closer to like 98% of the time, so... little hesitant to go after the pig. But it's pig, boss, or hell. So... that was weird. Well, let's clear our path just a little bit, just in case. Interesting. Attack arc. Overhead sideways swing. And a jab. Not sure I like that. Frame rate is awful, and I've already given a negative for it. It's actually been making me a little bit nauseous. Just a little. But enough that I had to take a Dramamine earlier. Yeah, I know, right? Estes Flakes. I mean, I get it. They never got the update, but damn. are you pointing out, Uthor? Whoop, that, whoop. I don't have context, Uthor, help me out. Oh yeah, I need to go this way, don't I? Boss in the game. Oh, gotcha, Uthor. Thank you. See, that's context. Let me get my souls back here really quick. Let's run! 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 Oh my god, that really didn't work. I still can't see where I am. There we go. Run! Run! Run into the dead end! Cold or death! What? I'm confused by what just happened. I got him! I killed the pig! He was bugged. His graphic was bugged a bit when he was going down. And so I thought it was actually a bug, but no, he apparently went down. I wonder if that counts. I wonder if that counts as killing him. I guess we'll find out, because if he's a trash mob, it won't matter. But if he's a boss, then, you know, he'll be gone. Right. This way. Like, I'm curious now. That's new strategy. Yeah! Come on, Porco! Yeah, where's it gonna drop all my souls? I mean, I only had a few thousand, but... You know, I didn't have a zero amount. I'm curious, again, if you get anything like the boss souls from the pigs. Ah, the pig's there, and he's got blue eyes. Pig has blue eyes. Sadness. Regular attacks, too. Cannot see anything. Ugh. Got him. Legit. Okay. Back off. I need to get my loot over there. See, I died to 2 random rats, but I can kill a pig. Twice. Okay, yeah, the camera always works for the aim. I think we all know that. Why are those sounds not playing? Like, I saw that one. That's why we have those little notifiers. A Saw Hunter badge? Question mark? Either way, thank you, Nameless Baron. as always. Hang on, I actually don't have that page up. It's the first donation, straight donation I've gotten today. For Overcooked, 1 or 2. Yeah, me and my friends have played Overcooked. Actually, I might veto that, Baron. Because... So I've played Overcooked too. I've played a multiplayer, and I've, done a little looking into it because I was thinking, hey, this might be good to stream. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized that is an extremely no stream game. Now, you're probably thinking, why, Lore? Because the game doesn't scale itself in any way to how large your party is. So the same stuff that you're doing with 4 people, you're doing with 1. And that makes progressing a thing. You know? Because I'd be playing it all on my lonesome. I got the there. Whoever wanted me to loot that and just wanted me to get hit by the crow. There you go. I got hit by the crow. So make it co-op. Doesn't work that way. Not only does nobody else I know have 10 hours a day available to stream alongside me, but I know exactly one person who'd be willing to play that with me, and she's a full-time mother. So she wouldn't have any time to play that with me. So I'm going to go ahead and just veto that. Sorry, Baron. In exchange, I give you a ladder. Pokken, is that on the list? Hang on, hang on. I like how I hit start, like that's going to pause the game. Naive young fool. It's kind of a habit, you know? I mean, pause menus have existed since the NES era, so... Pokken is not on the list, unless it's spelled differently. There it is, never mind. Pokken DX, I see it, I see it. We'll do that. Pokken DX. That or opening doors. Total invulnerability while opening doors. Okay, so as I was saying, this is the hardest game I've ever played, and I'm going to die constantly in it, because that seems to... Every time I try the lock-on button, it doesn't work out, Puzzle Fury. I think I'm officially going to give up on trying to lock on. I'm officially quitting locking on. Hey, I got experience for that. So, here's the bridge. Remember this bridge that I was so terrified of? I kept refusing to go down? Well, I mean, this is my dream, so obviously anything that dies here would affect me, right? So now I'm going to really tempt fate. I'm going to walk back across the bridge. Here we go. This is it. I'm ready. Take me. I'm ready. This is coming. Okay. So, we're okay. Got it. Alright, whatever. We have not fought the Cleric Beast. I have no idea where the Cleric Beast is. Although, considering there's only one other way I know to go to, it's probably that way. Because at the moment, so let's see, we could go back up to the wintry chill area. And this way. And I think that is actually it. I think we literally can only go 2 directions right now. I hate to respawn all those mobs, Kay. Of course I do, Sonic Doctor. I mean, who doesn't? So let's... mean, yeah, okay, that's probably the boss right there. Alright. See you around, Sierra Mike. I do not envy your caffeine requirements. I just found myself thinking, it'd be nice if I could level without respawning everything, but I don't think there is such a thing as a Souls game that does that. That allows that, I should say.
Please, God!
I am not a rat, sir. Thank you very much. Just resting my eyes. Headache hasn't actually gone away yet. What? Why are you screaming at me? I'm just trying to take a nap.
Welcome. What is it you...
I wish to level.
Very well. Let me stand.
What should I level? Huh? I can do a little bit of everything. Spread it out. Or I could do that. God dang it. There we go. Well, I'm okay with that as a goal. Get these 2 to 20. Then we'll start pushing strength. So, sure, we'll do that. We'll do that.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth.
Yeah, worth, blah, blah, blah. Speaking of which, just curious. What's it gonna take? 2 more bloodstone shards. Oh, he's gone. Well, good riddance to that creepo. Right, this one. Come on, there we go. Okay. I have a music box. I'm really not looking forward to fighting a boss in this game. I gotta be 100% honest. Ugh. Fine. Who hasn't had grilled cheese, Gumgum? What kind of madman doesn't eat grilled cheese? So we can buy nothing new there. The Arnhem stuff, and that's it. I think the only thing new we could buy is the, the spear that we have. I mean, valid. You know, we looted the spear, and we looted the ability to buy the spear. Speaking of which... Fine. Why would you put mayonnaise on grilled cheese? Oh my god. There we go. Let's connect with that, because I'm never using that. Oh, God, that sounds even grosser, Mr. Red. Whoops. Chat keeps closing. There we go. Okay, so... That's the wrong button. How do I rotate which item I have selected, since I don't want to screw that up again? Grilled cheese is cheese on a sandwich that is grilled. That's it. Well, left does this, and right does this, so it's not either of those. And it's not up, because I just hit that. It is apparently down. Okay, there we go. It is down. Oh, that's... that. It's... I did that. French toast. How's it? I've heard French toast grilled cheese is pretty good. I don't think I tolerate anything with mayo, now that I think about it. I mean, I just don't like mayo, so that's me, but... Ugh, excuse me. Okay. Time to go die. And then die. And then die, and then die, and then die. Let's do it. I'm looking forward to dying.
Away!
I am prepared to die. So hang on, am I fighting the Cleric Beast or am I fighting Gasconione? Because I can get to either boss, I think. Because I can go up that way, or I can go across the bridge. It's actually not literally this way. I'd have to go around this way. Kill this guy. Heal. Slow. Heal. Alright, so if we're going, what's over there? I know the fastest way, but I don't want to go through that crowd again, so we're going to go the slower way. It's a little less terrifying. This way. Oh yeah, I love Polemic Day coming up, especially since I don't really have anything to talk about, other than porn, obviously. No, not now, Epic. No! Why would you do this to me, Epic? Why? Okay. Interesting situation to be in. Thank you, Epic. Very much. Halloween only means polemic day to me, Gum-Gums. That probably answers your question. I will put that towards God of War Trilogy. You got it. So, I'm going to go out and just going to rip out off all my clothes and organize some cables. And Vic _to God of War Trilogy. I might even do a face reveal. Excuse me? Enjoy supper, Puzzle Theory. Am I going the right way? I don't remember. I feel like I'm not. Unless this is the one I want. Yeah, I'm gonna do a lower face reveal. I know you've been dying to see my real face this whole time. And I just ripped my face off. This is who I am. Yeah, no, I'm right. I think. So let me go this way. Wait. Don't be an idiot. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, Alex. I mean, I like good, neat cable organization as much as the next person, so... Okay, yes, this is in fact where I wanted to be. We have avoided the crowd, which is the whole point of going this massive way around here. That's bad. Really bad. Hi.
This time's finished.
Yeah. I was waiting for him to come up because I knew he would, as he did last time. Far away. Ooh, that's some reach. Did you see that? Jesus. Excuse me. Okay, so Cleric Beast, I guess. Should be fun. I've never actually been up here, so I don't know where I'm going. This is one of my not yet explored areas. So we've got werewolves. It's okay, they're not dogs. Okay. Nope, that's game. Couldn't turn the camera in time. I'm gonna go all the way back here. I might just go through the crowd. If we have a death counter, we broke it forever ago. Whoops. Nope, wrong way. I can. Eventually. What?
Is something wrong? Stop this nonsense at once.
Oh. Not now, Alex. No, why? Why do you hate me, Alex? Why? This is the crowd that I've been avoiding. That I went that whole way around just to avoid. It wasn't actually that bad, though. I mean, I got hit, but... a lot shorter. Now, I happen to know this area, and I happen to know this is safe, so thank you, Alex, very, very much. This sound is Alex's wallet crying right now. What am I hearing? Thank you again. I didn't finish bowing. I was only about halfway through. Thank you again, Alex. Very, very, very much appreciated. If you give me a moment, I will listen to that guy rail over there. I will do the best I can, Alex. That is always the goal. Okay. 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 So we still have to go through this crowd, no matter what direction we take. Why was he glowing? Oh, that's just the light in this area. Never mind. See you around, Alex. And by Alex, I mean Hazardous. Sorry. I do hope the rest of your day is make-up-itude for that nonsense. God, that reach is stupid. What did I do? Okay. Yeah, you mentioned two-story house. I didn't know what you meant by that. That's interesting. Yeah, no. They don't actually have it. It's right here. Well, that turned out interestingly. Oh, and I'm dead. Wow! I'm never using that again. Jesus. That worked out badly. Oh, that house. I know the one you're talking about. The dark one, the one that has no light in it. I was so stuck in that it's like, oh god! And then he just killed me. Right. Oh wait, no, it is this way. It's this way. Then we go in, we kill this guy. Compliment him on his incredible taste in outfits. Grab that, switch to small, go up the stairs, kill the guy who might be here. He isn't here. That's cool. We ignore him completely. We kill this guy. Here now. That's various levels of bullcrap. Dodge! Dodge! And stop being locked on. Damn it, game. Maybe they got some health or some armor, one of the two. Okay. So we can go this way. And over here. So we have a chance to look around a bit. I mean, your idea is good, Kay. What's with all these frickin' statues? Did a Gorgon go through here? So we've got 3 crows and a big guy. That's fun. I do not appear to have any other armor. What did I miss in the sewers? I was pretty thorough down there. At least I thought I was. Okay. Making sure. Yeah, that looks like boss territory. Okay, well. Put this up so I can have my chat in front of me. Yeah, this is where I got the one thing. Rose. It doesn't change my stats, right? I mean, I don't mind getting the thing, but if it doesn't change my stats, it can wait. In a meaningful manner. Alright. I'll make my way back down to the sewers. See what I missed. That looked interesting. Wow! That was funny. He's just some random dude. I'm totally irrelevant. Definitely haven't written an entire story centered around him and Bishop and Knight. So you might wonder why I did dodge. I didn't expect him to keep swinging. And that's the truth. I figured, alright, well, he's going to hit me, and he has already hit me. So I'm going to go ahead and hit him back and get some health back. And then he kept swinging and kept swinging and kept swinging. And I'm like, oh, well. I guess I'll die then. Is he evil? No. Double checking if it's on him or if it's on the ground. It's on the ground. I threw my blood on the ground because my dad is not a cell phone. Jackass. Okay, so I have now done that before I go into the house. So we gotta go way back. We gotta go way back here. Kill this guy. Back here. I'm gonna laugh if it's something super obvious I've just missed. Looking around here, not seeing anything. Not seeing anything at all. I mean, it's always possible I miss something. I am a moron, and this is 24 FPS, but... Okay, so... Estes is telling me to go all the way back up to the boss. Which, okay, give me a minute. It's kind of hoping to at least try the boss before lunch, which is currently not on track to happen. You know, get that first death in there. Oh yeah, right, I can get to the bridge up there. I keep forgetting I can use the house to get to the bridge. Alright, so we're gonna use the house to get to the bridge. We're gonna have some werewolves. It's gonna be awesome. I love werewolves. Where did you come from? Him. Okay. So, I need to be on that side of the bridge or the side I'm currently on. Because if I have to go through those damn werewolves again, that sucks, but whatever. That's okay. Will I be going left or right? Because I know left, that's how I got up here the first time. And right, I never went. I never explored that way. Okay, right, so the way I haven't gone. Okay. One of only 3 directions I haven't gone in right now. Which is right this way. So this is a new territory, I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, I know. Have not been here before. Wasn't expecting that long of a leash, if I'm being legit. I hit the wrong button, that's probably going to get me killed. I can't really see what I'm doing, that's cool too. I'm dead. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, this is an area I have not yet been to. One of 3. 3 attempts to actually lock onto him. That's pretty much why I don't like the lock-on mechanic in a nutshell right there. Okay. Found the sewers. Ladder. I don't really have a preference, Active. As long as they're putting in a good performance, that's the only thing that really matters to me. Okay, so, I guess we'll drop down over here. For lack of any other option. So I've been there. And I can't get back up, can I? Oh, we got one more layer we could go down to. Yeah, no, this is, I think. Yeah, there's... Oh, no. Maybe this is a new area. Hang on. Maybe this is a new area. Hi. Oh. And he fell. Okay, well, that's one down. Use the ladder, Luke. Use the ladder. And there goes another one. Or is that the same one? Yeah, he's trying to climb up. I didn't know they could use ladders. Huh. That's interesting. And useful information. They can't apparently use ladders very well, but they can use ladders. Wait for it to fall again. Okay. And bad timing, that cycle. I didn't realize I was out of stamina. That's on me. I wonder why I was just standing there. It's because I was trying to attack. And 3. I need to start using those before I loot people, I think. Okay. I see a thing down there. Is that what I want? Is the thing down there? I have to very carefully fall to get? There's something else. he's got some health. Little too slow. Just a little too. Search the corpse. There we go. Hunter stuff. Yeah, that apparently raises my fire resistance, my blood defense, my thrusting resistance, my blunt resistance, and my physical resistance. What the hell is blood resistance? And now we look cooler, which, as we all know, is the most important thing. I do love tasting blood. Hello, my name is Wilmy. Welcome to... Well, technically, we're about 7 minutes into my lunch break now. But I wanted to finish that before I do that, so... I suppose I should probably go and actually take a lunch break and close my eyes for a bit to try and get rid of this damn headache. So I'll be back in about an hour.